quickly.
Yes, and the red button is no.
Yeah,
We've used the gym when we
couple times,
for a
yeah,
building moratorium.
yeah.
What was the other one?
And if it's less number of people in a more focused area, it'd be easier to do hand counts if you had to. Like and I think the school always prefers, if we had to go to an extra room, they always prefer the library first. Because they have seating, they have television screens or video screens on the wall. It's more comfortable than the gym. You could probably fit easy 150 plus in the library if you had to.
One thing to just write down on your note about this is the use of this has to come with modifications to the town meeting requirements. For example,
Yeah.
for a written vote over a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
So we have to think about that,
Yep.
because you have bylaws that are telling you to do certain things.
That's a good call.
So we would need to correct that, because we don't need to go to the written ballot if we have these machines. That's one of the advantages of this, is that on capital items, you don't have to fly your colors.
Because we check with some other towns, and some of the feedback is they think sometimes it's easier to do voice votes, but you're going to try them, you might as well try them
I think the moderator will learn that.
to figure that
Her
out.
voice, an acknowledgement, or when the moderator knows that something's gonna be unanimous. Or if it's
A lot of times
required to
too,
be
like,
unanimous.
it's an amendment, you're taking a vote on the amendment, and people get confused, is it the main motion of the amendment? I mean, all that still has to be explained and everything. But certainly on zoning or things where a supermajority is required, it's a lot easier.
Or if there's just uncertainty
Yeah,
in the
hand
voice
counts.
vote, it'll take that right away.
You wouldn't have to swear in counters at the beginning.
I get it.
Yeah.
The green button and the red, I get it. In reality, what was Mashpee's experience with the learning curve?
I mostly spoke with Chatham, because I think they've had them longer. They didn't feel that there was much learning curve at all. They're really smart in Chatham.
Every person, every community I've talked to is,
Yeah, I think it's gone fine. I know they used them during COVID too, several of those towns.
the only thing we don't know is the life expectancy.
I think they're
In
fairly
reality.
simple, so I think they last for a while.
it's
I
applying-
did hear that Taylor was joking, like batteries, that's what, be more expensive. We'll appropriate more for batteries in 10 years than we did buying.
Operating.
This price is about half of what it was 5 years ago. So just like all technology, it's coming down. And if people wondered, like, because we've talked about this, like, well, is there an app on your phone? Well, not everyone has a phone that can do, you know what I mean? This is easier. It's the same company that does Congress, for better, for worse.
Hope we can get a couple years out of it, 1,000 lithium.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're on a state bid, but I want to make sure that we get that.
And then, if you don't mind, in that you mentioned Chatham, what's their town meeting average size?
Yeah, I'll look.
Yeah,
I'm
right?
sure a lot smaller. Like year-round voters, but how many come to town meeting, I'm not sure.
I think it's worth to do it, you know.
Oh, yeah, I do too, but I just, had a couple of questions.
Oh, yeah.
We can get the answers.
All right, so
One,
yeah.
do you need a formal vote on this?
No, as long as if you guys expressed a lot of concern, then I'd retreat, but I think we plan to just go ahead. The money exists, we think it's worth trying to be progressive.
Just another tool.
And you'll store it where, at the school?
They're pretty small,
This one.
yeah,
It's like
And you gotta collect them as they leave.
I know.
it's about the
There's
size
a lot,
of
yeah.
a cell phone, yes, that's my thing.
Yeah, that could be the
You don't walk
most
out with 'em.
difficult
Yeah,
part.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Hat downs.
Right. And then the other thing, just for town meeting that I thought of, one of the, I guess, the things that creates the most shouting is the time limit on the speakers and that the timer starts yelling time, is it possible that we could have Taylor look into doing like the Supreme Court light thing, like green, yellow, red,
Let's see,
something?
I've seen some pretty good, large LED time things too.
Right,
Shine 'em in the face.
You know, so if you have 5 minutes and you click go, it starts counting down.
right. And then when time's up, because I know that, you know, sometimes gets lost in the heat of the scuffle with the,
In Brewster, we had the traffic light.
yeah.
And it was, you were green and you were getting new yellow when you were a minute left.
Oh.
And then you turned red and the moderator shut you right off.
Yep.
And that's the town clerk's responsibility to run that portion of the meeting. So the assistant town clerk actually manned that.
Because I know that the last like 2 or 3, that's been where it's been, you know.
If you don't use it every time the same way, if you let somebody go on, then you own
It's
it.
an injustice, right? Yeah, somebody, right.
There's no mechanism on these, if they walk out the door with her.
I think people have to go past the tellers or, the people who count people in, so
Suppose
we'd have to, yeah,
suppose we number each one,
yeah, I mean,
somebody checks in.
yeah,
When they check in, you check them off that they're there. They get assigned a unit, take that number, put it on there.
That's a good point.
So when they get all turned back in, if we're missing a number, it's gonna tell us who had that number.
Good idea, Bob.
But the problem is you'd run into $26,000 worth of administration costs pretty fast.
I mean, say, if you number the unit, say you put number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever we got, and when they register to come in, the girls will register them, yep, okay, John Jenkins, he's here, okay, here you go, John. You got number 22, okay, you mark 22, tabulate it. When they all get turned in that night, somebody goes through them, if 22 is missing, you're gonna know the guy that didn't turn it in.
But somebody has to do that.
Well,
So the way this should work.
if they
is
don't,
The moderator should announce to the body that we know tonight, folks, people are gonna leave these in your pockets. They're gonna be in your pocketbook. You're gonna walk out with them. They can be dropped off at the library anytime during the day or dropped off at town hall anytime during the day. And we're gonna have a percentage of these that batteries are gonna fail. They're not gonna work at
change the
all. And we're not gonna.
maintenance, you gotta change the
Yeah,
batteries.
And I wouldn't put, you're gonna lose them.
Or
That's
you
just
get
the way it
people
is.
that leave after one article, and they're gonna have one of these.
And they're gonna have them in their
You leave-
pocket,
You leave a bunch of them, so,
and you're gonna have to retrieve them.
You number them, you're gonna know
Yeah.
who took off with
I
it.
think if we buy
Yeah,
them,
but then somebody has to keep track of it. Every time you check in to vote, you get a different one, and then every time that number would have to get changed. and
I haven't heard
No,
any
it'd be-
That'll
problems.
slow
with
that
it,
process
so.
down.
When you
checking
come, you
in.
get for that night, you're number 5.
the heaviest part would be if we buy them, you number the 1,000 with stickers. So if you got 5 people checking people in, they all have a bunch, they'll have a number on them.
Number?
That'd be quick as far as
Their
getting
name?
them out.
That's it. When you turned in for the night, that week, you check
What
them.
are our neighbors doing? We need to find this out.
Yeah, no,
Because I think building a
see,
system
yeah.
to track this is not. It's supposed to, if it's supposed to be easier, then if we can't trust people with these,
Yeah,
then give them a piece of paper,
accountability.
change the color every year.
That's my policing
Well,
background.
We'll have to look at that. You know what's gonna happen.
That sounds like we're gonna move
So we'll
forward.
try that.
Everybody good?
Yeah, let's do it.
If you thought town meeting was exciting last year, wait till you see us all here with the,
And there's liable to be growing pains, that's all I'll say, you know?
under new business, other matters not reasonably anticipated? Anybody? Come to our second favorite of the evening. Would anybody like to say anything? Okay. Closing remarks?
Mr. Chairman, let us please maintain those under attack in Eastern Europe, conflict in the Middle East, and the overall threats to world peace in our thoughts and prayers. Continue to ask in order to receive. Motion to adjourn? Next
Motion is,
meeting for Thursday, February 29th, here in Town Hall at 7 PM.
any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And it's actually the first time in 4 years we're having it on the 29th, the old leap year. It's a leap year meeting. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, 6:02 on February 6th, 2024. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Planning Board. The Planning Board is a 7-member board. Any special permit decision of this board requires a 2/3 vote. 2/3 of a 7-member board is 5. If only 5 members vote, the vote would have to be unanimous. Any person giving testimony must state and spell their name and provide their street address for the record. All questions from the public should be directed through the chair. This meeting is live and streamed on Sandwich Community Television's website and on local channel 9. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on SCTV website at www.sandwichtv.org tomorrow, February 7th. According to town bylaw, meetings are audio recorded. If anyone intends to also record, kindly notify the chair. Seeing no one else recording, and all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so next on the agenda is review and approval of minutes, but there are no minutes to review and approve, so we'll move to the next item, submission of new plans. Seeing that there was no public here and no new plans being submitted, we'll continue on to old business, which takes us to 36 Holly Ridge Drive, definitive subdivision plan, LRME. LLC, continued for the purpose of creating a subdivision. Just a reminder that this public hearing remains open. And there was some communication received from the applicant requesting a continuance. So I know we did receive some email correspondence that was passed out to the board on January 29th, which was communication between John and Sam Jensen, right? And in that, there was some communication about updated drainage calculations being needed and other items listed. And in response to that, Attorney McFitch emailed Ralph and said, "Hi, Ralph. Here we go one more time. This email was from February 2nd at 9:08 a.m. The meeting we all had produced a solution to the drainage situation, which Bob's engineer proposed and Sam agreed with. Unfortunately, the engineer was on vacation and just could not get the revised materials to you and Sam by 2 days ago, which was fair to allow Sam time for review. Ralph asked just for a confirmation that an extension of time was being requested, whereafter John Fitch responded, Ralph, the applicant for subdivision approval of Gimme Circle, Bob Bellavacqua, hereby requests an extension of time for decision until February 22nd, 2024. Thank you, John. Before I ask for a motion to continue, we've been kind of turning to everyone on the board, seeing there's no public here, to see if there's any comments or any things that wanted to note in anticipation of the next meeting in regards to this.
Yeah, I have something. So looking at the latest material we have, the maintenance plan, which is Article 4 in the Gimme Circle Homeowners Association document. If you look, there's one item called 2E, which is the drainage system, as far as inspection and so forth of it. The engineer, the company that the applicant hired, did an extensive report, a stormwater drainage report, in which they did all the analysis in order to determine the likelihood of storms and what size the system had to do. They did all the design and so forth. They did an appendix in there, and it's Appendix C. And if you look at Appendix C, it's multiple pages. It's a lot of detail about what has to be done in order to assure that this designed system, which we've spent a lot of time on, to be sufficient. It's not just you build it once and forget about it. It has to be maintained. The section that's in the current homeowners document that they presented to us, Section 2E, I'm going to use a term that Paul used a number of weeks ago, is lacking. It's, for instance, if you read in this stormwater report, and these are the experts, and they were hired by the applicant, it says it has to be inspected annually. If you look at their document, they're going to do it every other year. And then after every storm, there has to be inspections. That's not even mentioned in these. So the reason I bring it up, and I know the applicant's not here, so you say, why bring it up now? One of the things I don't like about this process is that we get documents, we formulate our questions, and the applicant comes in and it's cold, right? The applicant doesn't know what we're going to ask them. They know their project. Sometimes they can answer it, sometimes they can't. I think sometimes we get answers, that are incomplete because they haven't had time to think about it. And I was thinking, gee, we have this information. It's their information. They presented it. Can we send?
Good evening. My name is Matt Arguin, owner of SCKD Properties.
You can move the mic down so we can.
Sure. What we're looking to do is when we acquired the building in September, we didn't have the intention of replacing that door. But there was a subsequent storm, I think it was in November, where we had water intrusion. So we would just like to replace the door with a double door so that we have access for wheelchairs and whatnot. So not a major change to the structure or the visual of the building.
Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the public? Motion?
I make a motion to accept 24005 as is.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looks nice.
Does.
Next application, 24-006, Jeffrey and Veronica Callanan, roof-mounted solar array. Anyone here to speak for that? Please step up.
I'm Jeffrey Carrigan. I own and live at 315 Route 6A with my wife.
What's the age of the building?
We don't really know. There is a portion of the house that has fieldstones that are anecdotally dated to the early 18th century, maybe. The rest of the house has been built in, I think, 2 stages of additions. They're laid over above ground foundations. I tried to pull permits when we were moving in, but I wasn't able to get anything from the town that had any kind of significant dating to it.
Can I look at the roof again? Picture of the roof. Is this the actual roof? The house?
Yes, the part in the bottom left-hand corner with the black squares indicating the solar panels is the pitched roof with asphalt shingles, excuse me. The portion with those 2 gray rectangles is a flat rubber laminated roof. I think the portion that has the more square pitch, kind of to the bottom right side, that's as close as there might be to some sort of an old barn. There was apparently a house closer to 6A that burned down decades ago. I have no idea. Maybe there was a gas station there. We can't find any more information on it other than what our neighbor, who was like the stepson of the previous owner, has told us. But we bought the house from the previous owner's estate, and then there's not a lot of information to go on.
So I thought these were catalogue pictures. So that there are solar panels already on
Oh no, sorry, that's a digital mock-up from the solar panel installation company.
Ah, okay. So, I'm sorry.
This is a rendering of what it will look like.
Yes, I understand that. I'm trying to see which is the part of the roof that faces 6A.
Mm-hmm.
The where the ridge runs parallel to 6A.
Yeah, they're placed on the south-facing roof, so, you know, there are above, if you go back to that picture, you can see that portion of the house is the front of the house. It is south-facing.
If we were on 6A, this is what we'd see.
Well, if you're a bit further up, you'll see a lot more
Not
of the
this
house.
time of year.
Right, no,
And
it's
if
A lot
you
of
go a little
leafage
bit-
in the
much more
picture.
visible.
Yeah, the house is set over,
Go. Here we go. Yes, so the part of the roof to the left of that gable is
Yes.
south-facing, right there, yes.
that's
So
correct.
That will be covered with solar panels,
A portion of it, yes.
a portion. Can you tell me how much, like what kind
A
of,
significant amount of it, I don't know the exact amount. I would have to look up the,
will they be symmetrical? Will it form a rectangle? And
yes.
so it will be kind of centered in that space?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And then what are the other sections of the roof that will be?
There would be a section on that dormer that you can see on the right side.
Yeah,
It's a pretty flat section of roof that's not visible at all from the road.
right. And that's east facing, basically?
Correct.
Yes.
Diane, that's a good example of what's in the exemption. The portion of the roof on the left
Yeah,
is probably at 8 pitch, maybe more,
yeah,
and the dormer is less than 7.
right, right,
See the difference in what
yes,
the exposure?
yes. And that's why I asked that question, because I guessed that was probably more like a 10, 12.
Right. Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the
Well,
public?
I'm having difficulty with this particular application because of the age of the property.
The age of the property does not match the age of the house. That house itself and that portion of the house are less than 100 years old. Based on the wiring we found and replacing some flooring inside the house,
Yeah,
the subfloors that were there, the contractors we talked to said that any changes were fairly recent.
okay. And the other the other discomfort I have with this is that the position of your property, which is arguably in one of the most scenic and picturesque parts of 6A in Sandwich.
Fortunately, it doesn't get a lot of traffic when that part of the roof is visible. And in the summer, when people do enjoy that road, it's pretty well concealed behind all the foliage.
The south-facing part?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Okay. Well, that would make a difference. I just think of all the years that I traveled from central Massachusetts to the Outer Cape, and I forced my husband to take 6A instead of going Route 6 so that we could admire all these spots. And this is one of my favorite spots on the whole of 6A. So this is why I'm feeling a little torn.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, I very much want to encourage us to, as a community, to reduce our consumption of fossil fuels. And as I said in a previous application, I understand that solar is the way to go. But if you understand my mixed feelings about this, so that's why I'm hesitating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm troubled by it as well. I believe on the form, it indicates that the oldest part of the building was 1787. Is that correct, Ralph?
Mm.
Perhaps I misspoke, but again, we don't have any specific or written dating to these.
Yeah, we have, as of our last meeting, over the last year and a half, 2 years, 100% approval on solar. We've been very supportive of solar. But you are in a spot that troubles me.
Mm.
So that's where we are.
Well, our direct neighbor to the
I'm aware
west-
of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
but that spot doesn't trouble you?
That one is much more shielded. And I remember either approving it or hearing about the approval, and that was the issue. So long as it was screened,
Mm.
the committee was okay with it, but this is not screened. This is screened half the year. I'll give you that. Yours is screened half the year.
Mm.
It caused me trouble. I don't know.
Any comments from the public? Any other comments from the committee? So we have a motion.
Make a motion that we accept 24006 as is.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Opposed? Opposed?
Abstain.
And the motion passes 2-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, 24007D, demolish an existing home at 45 Wood Avenue. Are you Brian Humphreys?
I am. Please excuse my hair. I've been wearing a hat all day.
Did I look at this right, that the dilapidated building was built in 1970?
1970.
Okay.
Mm.
So I don't know if anybody's driven by the property, but it's,
You can't see too much.
Yeah.
this'll give you a good, I'm scared to go inside.
Really? Yeah.
It's
Rotted.
rotted, and it's been an eyesore in the neighborhood. So I actually, I currently live at 20 Wood Ave, which is 6 or 7 houses up the road from it. Everybody, I mean, cars park in front of this property and just throw trash on it. People throw all their landscape clippings onto the property. I mean, it's been a disaster since I've lived at 20 Wood Ave, which has been about 7 years now.
Is this because nobody's ever done anything with the yard?
nobody's done, nobody's done anything with the yard, with the house, with the anything, since I moved in 7 years ago. And my intention is gonna be to build a house on the property, but what I'm trying to do short-term, because that's not gonna happen for a couple of years, is I'm just trying to clean it up for the neighborhood. As you guys know, there's been a whole bunch of not only construction, but just kind of renovation to houses in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood's becoming quite nice, and this has been an eyesore, so.
So you purchased the
I
property?
just purchased the property, yeah, closed 2 or 3 weeks ago, and, you know, was fortunate enough to be able to do that. And what I'm trying to do short term is just take away the eyesore for the neighborhood.
And save on taxes.
You know what, I was just looking at the tax assessment, and based on what the house was assessed at versus what I paid for the land, I don't even think I'm gonna save on taxes, because I'm assuming I'm gonna be paying taxes on what I paid for the land, so I don't think that's gonna be a tax saving.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. In theory, that would be nice.
I live in the neighborhood. I appreciate you cleaning it up.
You do, okay.
Could it be considered a health hazard as is? Do you think there are little critters living in there?
You couldn't pay me to walk in the property, so that might answer your question.
Any other comments from the committee? Any comments from the public? We'll hear a motion.
I make a motion to accept 24007D as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next item, 24008, Paul Augustine, window replacement on Dexter Avenue.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Sean Benner, owner of Benner Construction. I contracted through Paul to replace his windows.
Okay.
Existing windows are white vinyl that are leaking in the inside of the home, so we wanted to upgrade them to new vinyl windows with a black painted exterior.
That's 17 windows?
Yes, correct.
I believe these, so yes, the example is 6/6,
Yes.
and you're replacing 12/12s?
Replacing, what's there is 12/12, they're going to be 6/6.
All of them?
Yes.
I have a question, somewhat off point, but are the windows on the second floor of that building big enough to be escape windows?
I believe they are. The front ones are not, the side,
Anywhere?
yeah, the side ones are. I don't know if you
Good.
can that picture, but yeah.
Good. Any other comments? Any comments from the public? Hear a motion.
Make a motion for 24008 to be accepted as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Welcome. Next item. Joseph Basto, install a new outside shower on 72 Town Neck Road.
I'm Barry Keane. I'm representing Joe, the guy that owns the house. I'd be doing the construction.
Okay. Anyone, committee have any questions?
I saw the picture of it. If you go up here, I think it shows exactly, yeah, that's where it's going, and I think they have a picture of the shower. Yeah, nice.
That's the same style. It's not exactly the one.
Right,
That's-
right.
I couldn't tell which side of the building this was on.
The long side of the drawing is on the building, and it's on the side street. You can see it there on the plot plan. You see the little,
Yeah.
where it's drawn in?
Looking at the house from the front, it's on the right-hand side.
Exactly.
The left-hand side where it would be hidden, you can't do it because all his HV equipment's out there and generators and all that. There's a porch in the front, a porch in the back. So he's kind of locked into one place if he's gonna do it.
Pardon me?
My house is right below it,
Right.
so I'm going to be looking at a shower.
I was going to say, no.
Yeah, I was going to ask, will there be any attempt to camouflage it
That
or
was your
plant
house up here.
shrubs?
You could always build it out of wood. It
Won't see it.
wouldn't be quite so bright white like it is now. It's just a very neat shower done in.
Well, it will kind of match the trim. The trim's white, right, on the house?
It would be the same color as the trim on the house,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of the people using it.
Right.
You know, they-
We have the same thing on Main Street.
I don't know if I'd want to go
And-
out with my
and it's-
towel where
I don't understand how anybody
I
can.
think
use
that's
it.
why it's 8 feet deep, so there's room to keep your towels and change your clothes inside the shower.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The decks are getting higher and higher in that area.
And then this hedge will green up in the summertime anyway, right, when people
Correct,
are
yes.
using the
Yep.
shower.
Yeah. I know, it's odd.
Any other comments from the committee? Any comments from the public? I hear a motion.
Make a motion that 24009 be accepted as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Very good, thank you.
Next item, 24010, Anthony and Wendy Colsands. Expand an existing addition at 24 Liberty Street.
Good evening.
Aye. Is this 1835? I can't read the numbers here.
It says 1835, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Now I don't know who I am.
Well,
I'm Jackie Barnaby. I'm representing Mr. and Mrs. Colasano, and we'd like to put on an addition that extends the back of the building. The existing building would go out towards the marsh in the same configuration as they have right now. But the front area where there's a shed addition that was done, I think, in 1974, we'd be changing the roof so that the ridge of it would give more space in there for you.
I have a question. On one of those pictures of the existing addition, it shows arborvitae or something in front of the existing addition. What does the existing addition look like now in the front?
That's the existing.
You know, behind those trees there in the upper right. Is that the patio?
Behind the trees on the right?
The bottom left is what's right.
Okay, thank you.
So the bottom right, that's the new addition?
No, that's looking from the marsh side, and the
That
photograph
window,
on the
that
left.
oblong window is already there?
Yes, it's the same window that would be reused.
So, but that's not visible from the street
No, no, not in any way.
or any public way?
No. It will be, that window will be 19 feet, 19 feet further towards the rear, but it'll be completely covered by the
So
roof
exactly
is
where's the addition I'm getting, because I thought it was,
No, it's not.
The addition is shown there in the darker shaded area,
okay.
19 feet by 14 feet. So what's there right now is pretty much the same shape, just extended out.
And
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you remodel this, the existing condition, the roof is going to be changed to look like a gable roof.
The front will be turned, so instead of being a shed roof
As
off
in the
the
lower
house.
right on that picture.
Yeah.
I think that's a nice improvement.
yes, me too.
Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the public? I'll hear a motion.
I make a motion to accept 24010 as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
You're welcome. this is next item, 24011, the Town of Sandwich, a new sign by the town offices.
For the linden tree, right? Did Paul Revere sit there or something?
Pardon me?
Did George Washington come there or something?
Hello.
I'm Jim Rogers from the Sandwich Tree Landscape Advisory. There's a very majestic tree at the corner of Tupper and 6A in front of the new town hall. And the State Forestry Department has, there it is, has determined that it is a legacy tree. Legacy trees are rather rare in the state. They must be big or unique or have some cultural value. We have a very nice sign that I think is coming up on the screen that Mr. Peach designed for us, similar to the historic signs around town for the historic district, the cultural district. So we'd like permission to install that sign where you see it there next to the tree. The tree warden is on board with this, and he will do the installation in the spring. So with your permission, we will be installing that sign.
Any questions for the committee?
I think it looks like a very nice, appropriate sign. I just wonder, has it already passed approval from a safety point of view because it's so near to a major junction?
There's quite a grade there. I don't know if any of the photographs show that, but it's up high at the level of the tree, but it's not right at the street level.
And it's not going to distract people who should be watching the traffic lights when they're reading the sign.
I hope not. I don't think so.
Just because it's on town property, the town supports the installation of the sign, and we'll make sure it conforms with the zoning restrictions in terms of sight lines and as it pertains to corners.
Good.
So it has to be at least 20 feet from the corner, which it will be.
Sure.
So this sign has already been built.
It has been made, yes.
In the future, I would prefer that you come to us before the sign is built.
Well, we
So that
came.
we could have some input if we felt it was appropriate.
We were we were told at first we could install it, but in light of the permission for other signs, we thought it would be
Any other comments from the
correct to come to
committee?
you.
Any comments from the public? I'll take a motion.
Make a motion for 24-011 to be accepted as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next item, 24012. Agner Rodriguez, a new sign on 36 Route 6A.
I'm Gabe Ramira. I'm representing Coast Carpentry.
Yes.
We're just requesting to put a sign out front. We just got this office space.
I was by there today. There are all sorts of signs along there. And this would seem to be an appropriate size. Any other comments?
What color is it going to be? I mean,
Pardon
it's just going to be white with the
With, yes, so as the, sorry, on the next slide. Yes, so just as is there presented.
Just as is, yes.
And the coloured graphic part is going to be proportionate to the sign, just like that?
Yes.
It won't take up any more space?
No, it's proportional to what's shown in the picture.
Okay.
I would have preferred a gentler color scheme, but I recognize that we've approved things on, say, that this, it would be very hard for me to say, you can't have it
I
because
appreciate that.
the Arts Alliance ruined the whole place.
Definitely got a coastal theme to it.
Right.
Any comments from the public?
Yeah, with palm trees.
I can leave you guys some cards as well, right? You guys need any construction?
I think we'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion 24-012 to be accepted as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
24013, Robert C. Hickson, replace existing sign at 674 Route 6A.
That number correct?
Did I? 24013?
No, is that we have a 674 in Sandwich?
Oh, yeah.
We do?
That's right at the town
I
line.
know where it is, but
Yeah,
it's pretty high. Okay.
Right.
Hello,
Evening.
good evening.
Tell us about the sign.
Um,
I notice you're changing the color scheme. Is that part of your,
I'm changing it's part of my celebration on buying the building after 8 years in court to do that. It's kind of just trying to freshen up the building and the look outside, and I like that sign better. I'm not changing the pole. The existing pole is gonna remain.
okay?
Okay.
It's much easier to see the new sign.
Mm. So
I
the,
said it's much easier to
More
see the new,
visible.
right.
more visible, yeah.
So is, it looks like the new sign is going to take up pretty much the whole length of the arm there on the post, as the existing one does. So is the existing sign as wide as this one?
It's bigger, the existing sign.
The existing one's bigger. I know it's deeper.
It's square.
Yeah,
I mean, you can pretty much visualize.
right. And you also have those two smaller shingles hanging below with the opening times. Will they be
There
there?
won't be any shingles on this one.
Okay.
Any other comments? Questions? Questions from the public? I'll hear a motion.
Make a motion for 24-013 to be accepted as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item, committee discussions, and the first thing is to review and approve projects qualified for exclusions.
I asked Ralph about this, and he says basically this just added 2 items into an existing list. Is that correct, Ralph?
Yeah, and then-
Yes. Yeah, this is, the committee had approved this several years ago to help identify items that could be excluded and exempt, just to make it easier for us in the office and a quick reference for anyone who cares. About a month ago, the committee had approved 4 colors to be certificate of exemption, so I wanted to include that on there. And then also, for minor modifications, the committee had approved a designee.
Yeah, my problem with it is I don't believe we're authorized to do this under Section 7 of the bulletin. If this was passed a couple years ago, I think it's more than a couple, because I don't think I saw it. But if I did see it, I didn't understand it at the time. So this time I looked at Section 7, and I believe, I could be misreading it, but I believe the only people that can do this are the regional commission, not us. So we can't create exemptions or exclusions under Article 7, Section 7 of the bulletin at any rate. What I would suggest is that I'll do it if you want, run this by Jim Wilson and see what he says about us doing this.
Yeah, I'm just checking Section 7. It does say regional
Yeah, no, I just,
historic guidelines, yeah.
but I'd never seen this before, so
I think we should do that, but the other thing I have a question about is portable toilets and dumpsters.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you have to have a building permit to get a portable toilet? The person with the 200 square foot tent might want one.
Well, on a construction site, portable toilets have to be placed on construction sites.
Yeah.
So,
You said it have to be? That's the bylaw?
I think that's in the building code.
And then what interests me about that particular item is that they should be removed from the site within 1 week of completion. Now I can think of at least one example close to where I live where a construction is still ongoing. I've lived there 4 years and construction is not complete yet. And there was a portable toilet there for the longest time, visible for all to see going up and down Chipman Road. So, you know, one would assume that these construction projects are completed in a timely fashion, but sometimes they're not. And then what happens about the portable toilet?
Well, the toilet remains while the construction is going on. So, I mean,
Well,
we can't determine how long the construction goes, right?
I think, you know, yes, if there's construction ongoing, there needs to be a portable toilet, but at some point it could be suggested that it doesn't need to be on the street.
Okay.
I don't think that any of that's our jurisdiction, is it?
No, not particularly,
I don't think so.
We could make it our jurisdiction by saying there's a sign on a portable toilet that we didn't approve.
That'd be interesting.
Okay.
Okay, yes, let's run it by Jim Wilson.
Yeah. Let me do it?
Okay,
I'll give him a call.
okay,
Thank you.
so
Okay, cool.
we'll get back to that. Next item, solar panel approval procedures.
Yeah, as you have my markup of the existing procedures, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which is hopefully color-coded.
I just had it earlier. Here it is.
And,
I only have it on my iPad.
no, you have, they handed it out.
I included it with the little package at the desk.
It was below this. It's below this.
Actually, I had it from the last meeting, I think.
Pete,
No. Oh, yes, I have it. I beg your pardon.
I'm not recalling, did I hand this out at the last meeting? I don't think I did. Maybe I did. At any rate, my approach was basically to make solar as available as we reasonably can do in the historic district, basically leaving it only to homes built on or before 1940, or on Route 6A, or on a scenic road. So that would eliminate about 95% of the applications we get. The one we got today would not be excluded, but most of them would.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're basically to the point where, you know, solar is a fact of life, and it's a good fact. So my proposal is that we accept this, and then I'll send it on to the Regional Commission for their input. I suspect, because some of the towns are still very touchy about solar,
Yes.
it will not be universally accepted, but I think it's a start.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't send it, this came from my meeting with Julian Sears' office, Senator Sear. but I wouldn't send it to them until it's run by the commission and see what they say.
I think it's a good idea to put in a specific date, because if this is to be a living document, then, 75 years of age is going to change with time. So I think it's a good idea to say before 1940 or whatever date we pick.
And at some time in the future, if this is accepted, sometime in the future, in 2080, they might think homes built in 1941 were really historic. But we won't be here to worry about it, so
Okay,
they can change it then, as far as I'm concerned.
all right.
All right? So
Okay, so
that's what I'll do, if you agree. It's okay?
we're in agreement on that.
Okay.
See where it goes. And demolition of historic structures, protocols.
Okay, the first thing I have here is, when I was chair, I contacted the Historical Commission, and they commented at length, which I provided to you. I think it's interesting in light of the fact that it's occasionally thought that I am too tough on the building department. The Historical Commission is way past me. They would have me writing writing on their foreheads not to touch historic properties. But I'm trying to get something that the town will agree to, but I thought you should see their approach, which is fairly tough. So we also gave you in your package the town's version of the preservation of historically significant buildings, their approach to it, and then mine, which is the revised. And I've made, for your consideration, I've made several changes. A lot of them were technical. This is like writing a statute. I've only written one in my life, but I did write that one. So every word has to collate properly with the rest of the words. You can't have things sticking out there, or you can't have sections where someone will come along and say they have no meaning, Ralph.
Starting from the beginning, one of the objections of the Historic Commission was, where does this apply?
Historic district only. I revised it.
I think that should be the title.
In
Preservation.
a historic district, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I took their comments and totally,
Okay.
considered them, but it now reads, this procedure is enacted for the purpose of protecting historically significant buildings within the town.
Right,
And
well,
I had one problem, that is my machine betrayed me when I tried to redline this thing.
yeah,
And so I don't have a redline copy, you have to accept the whole thing. But that was, I saw that, I think they were correct. We have no jurisdiction to do anything outside of the district anyway. The two biggest changes I think I made were, one, that the definition of historically significant building was 75 years prior to the issue of a proposed demolition, or on 6A, or on a scenic road. I could make that 1940 too. Maybe I should. But at any rate, that essentially, I can't imagine that there would be an historically significant building that is not within the definition that I provided. I thought the town's definition was difficult to handle. This one is easy. I hope that'll be satisfactory. And then the biggest change I added, and this is the place where we've had the most disagreement between ourselves and the town, and that is in the emergency procedure. As written by the town, it essentially gave the building commissioner the right to just give their so-called make safe or demolish order, which they interpret it as being an either-or to the owner who was sitting there saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, I'm going to demolish, because I've been wrecking the building for years. That's the whole purpose of it. So I put in here that, let me see if I can find the section, that there is no reasonable alternative to the immediate demolition of the building. What I mean to say by that very clearly is that there is, in certain cases, at any rate, there is a reasonable alternative, and that is to order the property to be made safe. That's been the main distinction between the approach I've taken and the approach that the joint subcommittee between us and the Historic Commission has taken. You've all heard it before, but basically, as far as I'm advised, all the other towns in the regional district, the 6 towns, recognize that the make safe or demolish language in the statute gives 3 options. One is to make safe, another is to demolish, or the third, which doesn't make much sense, but it exists, is give the owner the option to make safe or demolish. But make safe is in the statute. It's freestanding. And the town council, by the way, they're very good lawyers. They've been defending me. They're doing a great job. And defending us. When first presented to the town council, and this information is in the packet here, they came back and responded. I think they didn't understand the question because they basically admitted that there was a make safe standalone option. So when the issue got hot and they were asked for a formal opinion, they agreed that there were the 3 options. And then, in a remarkable flight of fancy, they decided that what they call option number 2, make safe, didn't really count. And you can't do that. You can't do that. Like the first week in law school, they teach you that you don't, there aren't things in the statute that have no meaning. Everything in the statute has to be treated as if it has meaning. So this is the one where we, with the Historical Commission, we went to the town and we said, let's get a third opinion. You've got your opinion, you got my opinion, let's go out and get somebody who doesn't know anything about it and get an opinion. And the town has never accepted that offer, I'm assuming because they know very well that there is a make safe. So I'm trying to get that make safe option in the bylaw, the proposed bylaw, and I think...
Please note, it's not a bylaw, it's a procedure. So I don't want to...
bylaw.
This is a procedure, not a bylaw.
Okay, it said in the submission to me, it said it was a bylaw.
We never put bylaw, we only put procedure.
Okay.
Just to let you know, because it has caused a lot of confusion out there. So I just want you to know.
I'm just making a procedure, that's all. It's a change of a word, isn't it?
Because the thing is, if they don't make it safe, what does that mean?
What do you mean? If they're ordered to make it safe?
Under the law,
Yeah.
I believe if they don't make it safe, the town can make it safe and charge the expense to the homeowner. It will be added onto his tax bill.
Well, there's also a fine here of $100 a day.
That's for disobeying the order.
Well, yeah, if he's ordered to make it safe, person's ordered to make it safe, they don't make it
That ever
safe.
happen?
It's in the,
Not to my knowledge in Sandwich, but it happens all the time.
there are remedies, but here's a specific remedy. It's $100 a day at a minimum, and each day that you don't do it is another day.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone, I mean, people might come back and say, I've made it safe, and not really.
Well, I just
Done it.
know that we've had some people come before us, and what it seemed to me, they were just sitting on something and letting it die
That's correct.
That's
day
correct.
by day, so,
Well, make it safe does not mean doing anything to preserve the building. You could make it safe by putting a 6-foot-high fence around it,
yeah,
so there's no public access.
right.
That's really the limit of it. You could board it up.
Yeah, and there's always the problem of the theoretical owner who says, All right, I'll make it safe, and I'll leave it there, and it'll rot and look horrible in the neighborhood.
But that's the issue too, because, you know, when I think sometimes we do things like you gotta have mullions and you gotta have 6 over 6 or 12 over 12. And then there's some houses on 6A that are in pretty rough shape. And they just, I don't know what anybody does about them, they're just there.
Yeah, correct.
Right.
Correct.
You know,
They should be secured, but we're not the enforcement arm.
I know, but if you put a fence around them, it's not gonna look too good.
well, no, but I mean,
I hear you,
there are limits
that's
to
right.
what can be done.
Through the chair, I just want to point out these procedures, even what Mr. Sullivan is proposing. This is a step forward from what we had done about a year ago. If you recall, the sole responsibility rested on the shoulders of the building commissioner. Now for emergency demolition, we're also introducing the fire chief and his designee and a third party, whether it's determined as a disinterested third party from the three, or which makes sense through the historical district committee. What you're introducing, and I understand what you're saying, Pat. I mean, it's a difficult situation, because I think we're advancing the notion as to what is an emergency demolition, and I think that's important that this committee and the town sort of move forward in agreement with that. Then it's up to the committee. How do you deal? And this is a different conversation, and I don't know if you could develop procedures for it. What do you do with the house? You're right, that just sits there. I mean, do you want to, are you going to ask the homeowner for a full and complete renovation of it, or will you allow the homeowner to save historic elements and build a new house? But again, those are really questions that go beyond the scope of this procedure.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I provided in my redraft that the disinterested third party be appointed by us. And the idea that it's new, that the fire chief and the third party would be doing this, it's not new. That's the way it was done for years. That was the famous one on 13 Church, which was knocked down by the building commissioner after a review by himself, by the fire commissioner, and by the chair of this committee.
Yeah.
Right.
And which,
So they followed that procedure exactly.
yeah, didn't work out too good. Any rate, I will make that change, specifying that this is not a bylaw, despite having been told it was. And
I'm sorry.
you can assume that that change will be made, and then I would just ask you between now and the next meeting to read it over and see what you think. If there are any changes, suggestions, additions, whatever, we'll do it at the next meeting.
Summarize again that change. What is that change that you're going to make?
Oh, I'm just going to change that saying that my draft says that this is a bylaw. I'm going to take that out. So that's the only thing that'll be missing.
So it's a procedure.
Right? It's a procedure.
Procedure.
You should put in the title.
And I'm putting in the title, yeah, in the historic district.
So they don't have to read any further to figure that out.
Okay, yeah. It wasn't in the towns thing at all. I mean, I put it in.
Right.
Okay. So I think,
I appreciate that.
what?
I said, I appreciate that, Mike,
What do you appreciate?
that you're going to put it in.
That what?
That you're going to put it in for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Call me anytime.
The next and final item is an open meeting law complaint from Ellen Asak dated January 20th, 2024. Acknowledge of receipt and discuss the response to the complaint. Would you like to explain that, Ralph?
I'm sorry. I didn't think it'd go that.
Yeah, sure. The town received a complaint from Ms. Asak that the members of the committee had not accurately indicated or was assigned to the town clerk that you read your ethics, received your ethics training. The town clerk had done a roster, which all of you had signed. Town council is responding to the Attorney General's, that you had acknowledged that you had your ethics training, but to conform to the state, there's a state form that the AG's Attorney General office puts out, and I ask that you all complete that form and return it to me so we could submit it. It should be the last page of that packet that I left at your seat. So that's where we're at.
Okay.
So we're being requested or required to sign individual forms as opposed to all sign.
Right. So when you get sworn in, Taylor asks you, and he just keeps it in a book.
Yeah.
So they ask that you've signed the form. It's pretty much stating the same thing, but it's an individual form that's been approved by the Attorney General's office. You signed an unapproved. So we just need the approved version.
Mm-hmm.
So we acknowledge the receipt of the complaint and we're acting on it. Any other business?
Two things. Thing one, in case anyone's listening, town offices will be closed tomorrow, Tuesday, February 13th, because of the storm. And secondly, to everyone who's listening, watching, to the board and to the applicants, the 2 meetings in March will be virtual meetings that will be on Zoom. So when we put out the agenda, we will be adding the Zoom link for March.
And we're doing that, why?
So that we have a quorum, because many of our members will have deserted us.
Yes, I will not be present for either meeting, and I will be in a 5-hour time difference zone.
I mean, we would be, without it, we'd be in a situation where we would probably not have any meetings in March, so we think that we have the
I mean, I
technical
think
capability.
it's a good alternative, even if, if you had a storm or something.
I think you and I are the only people who are planning to be here.
I'm going to be in a 5-hour in London from the 18th to the 22nd.
You're going to be where?
Daughter.
So it'll be 11 o'clock at night.
London.
11:30 when this meeting starts.
My granddaughter goes to school in Dublin, so she has 2 weeks off in March, so I'm going over 1 week. 1 week she'll be in Spain.
We're going to be tight. We'll be tight.
But I don't think that's any of the dates, the 18th
good,
to
good.
22nd. So I'm all right.
I mentioned to Ralph that I would, I offered to do it. We should contact Rich Alger and Bill Collins.
Right.
Try to get them in. I don't think Rich can do it. Just the machinery he has didn't work.
Oh, you should do it. You can do it by phone.
You're going to give us the Zoom
He
password?
did it when we were
Give us a beforehand.
during COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, from his house. But most of the time, he came into town hall.
Oh, I thought he was in Florida. I didn't know.
No. He's never gotten in successfully from Florida.
Oh.
But maybe he can do it now. I don't know. Could be.
All right.
Could be. Could be.
So if that's all the business we have tonight, I'll
Well,
take
what
it.
about Rich coming on Zoom?
Pardon me?
Is it Rich? Who's-
Alger.
Yeah.
That's who he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't been successful in
Oh, really?
getting onto these meetings. So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
No, Pete, could we, I think we should make a motion to accept this.
Minutes.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
I
minutes.
acknowledged it, but if you prefer a motion.
Do we need a motion?
I think the minutes of the meeting show we accepted it.
Well, I'm sorry, a motion to, for the board to have Pete okay the final draft.
The question is whether we need a motion or
Yes.
we just say, it's cool.
Well, we usually
Do a motion,
always
it'll
do
save
a
time.
Is this the final draft?
Pretty much. But when we have the final draft, I'll talk to Mike Dortenzio tomorrow, and
Okay. We'll accept the
I think-
final draft. We acknowledge the receipt of the complaint.
Yes.
okay. And then you still have the minutes to approve.
What?
The minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the minutes.
Two
Are
put
on
'em
my
in
list?
January 8th and January 22. Is
We
that
had
the
the
right
minutes
dates?
for 2 meetings.
Yeah. Make a motion to accept January 8th as is, minutes as is.
I second.
All in favor?
All in
Aye.
favor? Thank you.
Okay, I make a motion to accept January 22, is it? Minutes as is.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Amen. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. It's a one-year appointment. Actually, it's till December.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the emergency center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly.
Welcome to the Sandwich Finance Committee meeting of February 6, 2024. I call the meeting to order at 6:05. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting is being televised live and recorded for later by Sandwich Community Television for your viewing pleasure. First, we have on the agenda is review and approval of minutes. We just got them, so we're going to defer them till next week. And we have correspondence, statements, and announcements. I don't have anything. Does anyone else? Okay. Town manager report. Bud.
This will be quick. No new updates on any numbers from what we had talked about last week. So I would think once we get our health insurance and liability insurance numbers, then we'll try to update that one-page summary and make sure to put it in your packet for all future evenings. Thank you.
Okay, then right on to our presentation by Heather Harper, FY25 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Just want to recognize that Bill Jennings is also here with us this evening. And just to note that as I go through the presentation, maybe if we could hold questions to the end, really, but what's best, most comfortable for you. And Bud may want to contribute to some of the slides as well. So we'll walk through everything. One, I can say that, I watched your meeting last week and talked with Bill and Bud following. So we made a few changes to what we did with the select board. So hopefully we'll answer some of the questions that you had last week and then leave you open for more based on the presentation this evening. So we'll start really with the context. And the context of this presentation is based on making investments for the community. And this slide just includes what we call our vision statement. I think you've heard us talk about a leadership training that several of us are participating in. This project is the project we're working on with our leadership group. It's been, I think, very valuable for all of us to work together. It includes myself, Bud, Marie Buckner, Leanne Drake, our town planner, and Guy Boucher. Yeah, thank you. So anyway, that's the vision statement, which is what we consider our desired future reality. So the future reality is that we'll meet evolving community needs by enhancing long-term operational and physical investments in the areas of community services, public and environmental health, public and school safety, and public works with the financial capacity and flexibility to improve local services. So that's our draft vision, our desired future state, and really helps guide, how we set priorities and how the recommendations that we're making. Some of the demographics, you'd asked for a little bit of more of a context of the community. And I think this will really help you see why the recommendations we're making in the early part of the fiscal 25 and beyond, why they make sense and why they are the needs as they are now. And this information comes from the draft local comprehensive plan as well as two other sources. But Sandwich, much like Cape Cod, is populated by a mix of working families, retirees, and summer residents and visitors. Our median age is 56, which is slightly older than the median for Barnstable County. Our population in just over 60 years grew from 2,000 to 20,500, and most of that happened before 1990. So in a relatively short period of time, this community saw a lot of growth, and without getting into a lot of detail, a lot of the pressures that you feel as tax rate payers and the growth issues that Sandwich faces are really the result of the growth patterns of this community and how they differ from other communities. So it's important to keep that in mind. The investments that we're making are investments that other communities may have needed to make 15, 20, or even 40 years prior to now. So we're really at a point where making the investments that we have made, that you all have done such a great job with the physical assets in the last 10 years, are a reflection of where the community is in terms of its growth pattern. 27% of residents are over the age of 65. That's expected to grow to over 50% within the next decade or so. That's a number that we'll continue to see increase. The median household income is just over $100,000 in 2020. And our working age population, which is something I know this committee is incredibly proud of, is just over half the population. 10,804 is of working age. Population, and this is 2003 to 2023, and you can see the total population, the student population, and the over 60 population, and you can see that in 2003, of the just under 20,000 in population, the student population and the over 60 population were very, very similar. And if you follow kind of the lower bars at the bottom, you can see that student population grow to the 210s or so and then start to decline again at the same time as the relative share of the over 60 population is growing. And overall population is declining as a total. So that's something to really spend some time thinking about. And it relates directly to the next slide, which is just the student population. So again, in 2003, when the general population was about 20,000, I mean, it was just about 17,000, just about a little less than a quarter of the total population was K-12 enrollment. So we had 4,000 students in the school system. So if you think about it, the proportion of the total population was a very large share. You can see that the Upper Cape Tech has been a small, almost flat proportion of the population in the school system since 2003, and the out-of-district options began to be tracked in the middle of this data set, and grew for a few years, but have remained essentially a stable number, but relative to the overall population is a larger proportion. So the number has remained relatively flat, but in comparison of declining overall population is a larger share of the total school population. So those things really relate to each other, the age cohort along with the student cohort, and what's happening with what the needs of our community are really relate to the population changes and demographics of the community. Housing units, again, grew through about 2005 and have remained relatively flat in terms of the total number of housing units. The new growth that we see in terms of new growth and assessment isn't really new homes. It is the investment in existing properties, and major renovations really drive the growth in this community. As we look at wastewater improvements, you'll see some increase when we look at wastewater improvements, hopefully within the next decade. Average home assessment, this one was fascinating to look at over time. Again, this one goes back to 1995, and you can see the growth in values which happened. This is the Cape-wide trend. In fact, the spike on the far end in some communities on the Cape will be far greater than you see in Sandwich, with the average home at about just under 700,000, 702,000 in '94. So you can see that rate growth from fiscal 17 to 24. And then just back to the goals of the plan. So in context of what the needs of the community are is how we can best organize Sandwich for long-term success and greatest flexibility, to serve and foster the greater public good, to enhance needed public services and pay them forward for future generations. And again, this is all what you saw a couple of months ago when we started talking about the needs of the community. The proposed plan, phased plan, will retain our strong financial health and is realistically fundable. If you go back to that first slide, which is our desired future reality, is to maintain strong fiscal health while meeting community needs. Again, just a few of the benchmarks. Certified free cash, you can see very significant investments from the 20 to 23 time period. The budget for 25 recognizes and continues the need for investment will recognize strong free cash. I'm moving along. I'm thinking about stabilization. Stabilization is the next slide. Again, major investments in stabilization in the 22 to 24 timeframe, more than doubling what we had available just a few years prior. and that really is just one of our reserves. The OPEB Trust Fund is another reserve. I think Bud mentioned at your last meeting that the governor is putting together a task force to study the appropriate investment in OPEB funds across the Commonwealth, and that isn't just to increase funding of OPEB, but to really look at the necessity and value of OPEB funds. I think if you put a room full of finance directors together, they would all question how much towns are putting away for OPEB and what the necessity is for that if you're properly funding your retirement and healthcare system. That's a question that remains unanswered, and it's still good fiscal policy to make the investment on an annual basis, which we are doing, have done well in the last several years, and will continue to do so in the recommended budget. So this gets us into the details of the fiscal 25 and beyond plan, and we'll start with what's included in the base budget that you saw from Bud last week. And those items include recommended improvements for community services, and there's specifically a full-time social worker, and that is based on revenue available from the opioid settlement funds. And just a little bit of context when I want to recognize that we have Deputy and Chief here this evening from the police department, and they gave me volumes of data, and there's just a little reflected here. But again, for a full-time social worker, we can expect that there's 250 to 300 calls for service annually that a social worker could respond to. They collaborate with senior and community services, the schools, and public health. They connect with resources, mediation, conflict resolution, mental health referrals, which are a big part of what every department deals with, suicide prevention, intervention. You can read the list here, but it would be a really valued part of core services, not just public safety, but working with the team of social and community service providers that we have in town. Again, would work directly with our community service officer in the Sandwich Police Department, and he's done a great job working in a team-oriented environment, both internally with department staff and externally with service providers in the greater Sandwich and Barnstable County area. Yes.
So do we envision the mental health professional going in partnership with police at, active situations? Is that part of what we envision?
That happens now with a part-time social worker that we have, and that would be part of a community response team. They may not be on every call, but would be available for follow-ups, to meet with families after events, which happens in the police department now, but puts a civilian in that role rather than a sworn officer, which can make a big difference. And then the bottom is the administrative professionals. I think you've heard about this. This was a negotiated improvement in services for the community, which grows the hours of administrative professionals, which is a labor union, from 35-hour-a-week work week to 37.5-hour work week, which increases staffing town-wide by 50 hours a week, which is a lot of service. Included in that is negotiated assignment flexibility, so we can right-size departments. When we have big influxes in certain departments, we can move staff around to meet those needs, meet the community needs of those services, and assign people where work is needed. And that wouldn't be on a daily basis, but really in response to variable demand peaks in departments. And those are both included in the current proposed base budget for fiscal 25. General government staffing, you had a question about that, and in your packet you have a full spreadsheet that Bud's kept from many, many years, but I think it starts in 2010 in the spreadsheet that you have. And that demonstrates every position that's been added on the government side of the House. And again, you remember the tiny 11% sliver that Bud showed you in the last meeting, which is the lion's share of the town services and departments that supports the operations across the town. We've seen a 15% decline or a reduction in staff of 3.5 since 2010. We have added in departments in direct services. These are not administrative roles. Public safety have added 15 personnel, and that's based on calls for service and demand. So for an increase of 15 to a total of 91 sworn police and fire personnel. DPW has had an increase of 7.5 for a total of 24.5 DPW personnel. And I think if you want to do any follow-up with the Public Works Department in the future, I don't know where we rank in the Commonwealth, but it's quite high in terms of the number of road miles and the surface area that we have to support in comparison to other communities. And that number, 24.5, is a very low number for the services that we provide in our community, and they do a really excellent job. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Senior and Community Services has grown, again, in response to the needs and the population needs we talked about earlier. And then IT and Facilities, prior to, I don't know the date, it was before me, but there was no facilities department and a very small IT department, which is now, IT has a staff of 3 plus a very 20-hour or so a week person who does a great job. And then a facilities department to manage the town facilities. So you asked a little bit about why we prioritize what we prioritized in the first year. And I'd say that the number one need that you see across, and Bud's talked about it at every meeting, across the state, the nation, the region, is our ability to recruit and retain employees and the flexibility within our budgets to do that. So the personnel expense line is one that we set as a priority. The average retirement buyout for an employee is $25,000. So $100,000 is essentially the equivalent of 4 retirees. And when you look at the budgets for each department, many of our departments can't absorb $25,000 in a year and sustain services. So there's times that we, slow the hiring process, don't hire, don't meet needs because we simply don't have the operation budget to do that. We use the personnel expense budget to buffer that, but it doesn't always cover all the expenses. So it's just difficult to routinely absorb and sustain, particularly in the smaller departments. Bud's talked about the mid-year organizational flexibility to be able to address employee poaching is a real thing. When you have good, strong, high-quality personnel, which we have, and they get recruited by other places, private, public, we want to put ourselves in the best position to retain them as we can without having some budgetary flexibility to move money into budgets within the fiscal year. It makes it really difficult for us to do that, to be flexible and responsive. Our average employee age is 52. So we see the succession happening across our departments, and so we see the retirement issue as something that we'll have to continue to be aware of and address. And again, just an idea of what goes on in terms of the government hiring process. Within a 12-month period, our Human Resources Department posted 37 full-time positions, 18 part-time positions, and 38 seasonal positions that involve 140 staff. So there may be a position that has multiple personnel serving in that position, and they held 220 interviews in a 12-month period. So we're an active organization. Even though from the outside we look, I think, pretty stable and still, there's a lot of activity below the surface. And again, in that same vein of what employees look for in a workplace that they want to stay in, and an employee pool that we want to sustain, professional development and training is an area that we know we've been lacking in. We're looking at investment there. Again, this would be training for the 112 non-public safety professionals. Our existing budgets for those are a $7,500 budget line in the HR department that we use for townwide training that does support public works training routinely. And then DPW has a very modest $2,500 training budget. And they do everything from, chainsaw safety to OSHA training, all kinds of safety training. They do quite a bit, and there's definitely room. And I'd say there's a need for the higher level training for organizational management, department head level training, that we see the potential for real community-wide improvements when that happens. And I think we're seeing it now. Again, this is the overall kind of community relations piece. If we're not hearing well from the community, or if we're not sharing what's going on in a way that the community can receive, well, then we're not being as effective as we can be. We talked with many communities prior to setting a $15,000 budget, which we thought was would be sufficient to help us improve outreach and community feedback, to improve our use of social media. I look like a commercial. I did win this in a swap. I didn't buy it myself, so you know. My kids made fun of me for my fake one for a long time. To improve social media, which we know we have room for improvement. Crisis management is an area that we know we need some support in, and that isn't something that's a day-to-day. It's more than likely an overall training, setting up a system for response, and then having a third party available to us if and when a really major event that we're not accustomed to managing happens, that we have the talent to help us communicate appropriately with the greater Sandwich community and the organizations in the community. And that this type of an investment would improve, would affect all and benefit all departments. The proposals that we're seeing coming in when we lay out our wish list is much higher than the 15,000. We think, we can make this do for this year. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves on this. We know there's a lot we can learn and implement internally, but in the future, it's a budget that may need some additional investment or even some part-time future staff to support. Our current budget appropriation for this is $0.0. Some of these you're supposed to smile when I say them. Some of you are. You can see from my PowerPoint clip art that this is the level of our PR. This is it. We've maxed out here. Again, 2 school resource officers in the police department, without getting ahead of ourselves here, but we feel pretty strongly that we'll have the funding from a cannabis agreement to make this happen. Bud will have more information on that when it becomes available. But again, this priority is based on what we know is an existing community need. We know that the single community resource officer is insufficient to meet the needs of the community, and there's a likely funding source, a strong funding source to support it. The resource officers support 3 schools, the Oak Ridge School, the Forestdale School, and the Sandwich Middle High School. They support and respond to Upper Cape Tech. They provide guidance to private schools and daycare facilities. And I really got a sense of that during COVID, particularly when some of the emergency management issues and concerns around that, it really illuminated how much support we provide as a community, whether it's public health or public safety, to private institutions around the community. We refer students and families to resources, provide building and classroom safety and security. They provide conflict mediation and mentorship and collaboration and collaboration with the school administration. Again, this is a tricky one. I said in the selectmen's presentation, this is a little bit of a cat chasing the tail, and it is. The overtime for the fire department will be a recurring need. As wages grow, overtime expense grows. It's just a mathematical equation. Just to cover scheduled vacancies based on the longevity of the employees that we have, there are over 3,000 hours of overtime needed to cover scheduled vacancies. We have looked at, and without getting into too much of that, looked at what it would take to add personnel to cover those shifts. The personnel costs are far in excess of what the overtime costs are, and overtime is still your best investment in the hours of staffing that you need to cover the town of Sandwich. There may come a point where that changes, but right now we think we're right-sized in terms of the number of personnel. We have seen reserve fund transfers every year for the last 9 years. In 2023, 2 budget years ago, with your help, we increased that by $250,000, and that's helped tremendously, but there still is a shortfall. As wages increase, the budgeted appropriation covers less time, and this would more appropriately fund that budget, and we put in here for now, which that, as wages increase, you'll see that budget to continue to grow. And many of you know that, we're spending time focusing on ensuring that we can implement the best practices to manage overtime with the fire union and the fire department. Again, 2 laborers for the Department of Public Works is $120,000. And again, what this does is meets a long-range staffing plan that dates back many years that this community established for the town to bring you from what your current full-time laborer of 9 full-time laborers to 13. There was one added, I think, in 21 and fiscal 20 and fiscal 21 to bring us to 9, and these would bring us to 13 full-time laborers, which is our goal. These employees, you can see along the left-hand bar and along the bottom here, some of the work that our labor force does. You can see patching work happening by the labor force here in town, our employees, drainage work, litter cleanup, storm response, sidewalk upgrades, tree management, plowing coverage, and beautification. They could take on additional tasks, which may include the transfer from the school department to the town, the wing school, fields, which we see happening hopefully in this fiscal year, meaning the transition, some work to be done on the fields project. Again, meets the staffing plan and results in an 18% increase in the DPW workforce. So think about that. 2 employees is an 18% increase, which is a big bump for the Department of Public Works. It's a meaningful investment. Custodial services for the Department of Public Works and the library, a total of $50,000 combined. The Public Works facility, many of you did a tour last year, and you can see that that facility requires industrial commercial cleaning, which is not what our custodians do. It really is appropriate to have a third-party professional service there. The Sandwich Public Library, they have 1 full-time custodian. They're open 50 hours a week. They serve over 36 patrons and programs. They circulate over 140,000 books, ebooks, and other AV in a year. And this would use an existing library funding source to cover. And then lastly, within this fiscal year budget, and it's a lot, I mean, we're getting a lot within a really modest recommendation for fiscal 25. Again, you all know and have heard about the demand for more access to the Center for Active Living, which delights and does not surprise us. We all expected to see the demand for that happen, and we're really proud of the work that both the Center for Active Living, Susan Morancic and Guy and Tricia McDonald have been able to accomplish in less than a year. In the 8 months since opening, they've seen over 20,000 check-ins for residents over the age of 60. In 4 months, the rec department served 800 people of all ages. Both of those are exclusive of school and private use. I know this weekend we learned during one of our interviews yesterday that there was a party for the girls' hockey team. So you're seeing all kinds of private use happening in that building after hours. The funding request would include and support over 20,000 hours of monitoring, meaning opening up the building for an additional 2,000 hours over the course of a year, meaning more evening and weekend. And if we have those staff on hand, it could have the benefit of possibly reducing the private fees that we charge. Right now, those monitoring costs are factored into the fees that we charge. Again, Guy and Tricia and Susan will all be putting their heads together about the best way to invest these funds to maximize the benefit for the community, but gives you an idea of what could be accomplished. So then we move into what's recommended in the 26 or later phase. Again, if we were going to look at this list, I think, Bud and I would probably look at the middle 2, the Director of Community Development and the IT software support as the 2 priorities. If we are able to shake loose any additional funding for 25 that we all felt comfortable with, those would be our priority. Again, the Director of Community Development really relates to what we've seen with investment in the Director of Community Services and the real direct benefit to the community in terms of the services that they're receiving. We see it from where we are, just a big improvement there. And then just taking a look at how the direct services that happen with inspectional services, Department of Natural Resources, Planning and Economic Development, Public Health, those all, we'll see succession in those departments in the midterm, I won't say near term, but creating that hierarchy and structure in that department just improves the ability for all departments to work cross-functionally when that need occurs, without getting into too much detail there. The IT hardware support, again, we really had aligned that with the need for investment in the financial software system, but we have software in every single department. The police department's lucky, they have very sophisticated software. They have a part-time employee dedicated to the public safety side. But there's inspectional software. We use software for energy service tracking. We have software systems for the Sandwich 311, which has been really helpful externally, but internally serves as the work order system for the Department of Public Works. We'd love to see these systems talk to each other and work more efficiently, and we think with some additional support, you would see that happen, and you would see services improve or the ability to do things remotely continue to improve. Again, I won't go through this whole list, but these are what would be looking at in 26. Again, payroll improvement, that's a one-time capital request. It is not a recurring expense. I think we talked a little bit at your last meeting. When we sought a grant this last fall, a efficiency grant from the governor's office, which we've been very successful in the past. It was oversubscribed before the deadline for the grant was met. They'd spent all the money, so we didn't get funded for that, but we were looking at a joint school-town audit of our existing payroll services. We know there's some areas we can improve on before there's an investment in a new software system. We'll apply for that again this year. We hope we'll do it faster. The day the grant opens, we've got it ready to go in. It's a common investment of the state to take a look at joint school payroll systems, so we're hopeful we'll see that. But again, the financial software system that we have is at the end of its useful life. That could be extended for many years based on the transition that's implemented by SoftWrite, who's moving to a tool called Springbrook. It still looks like the best option for us. The others are either sized for communities that are much smaller than ours in terms of the financial system, or are just, incredibly expensive. And when I say incredibly, like more than 10 times what we're looking at here, plus annual recurring costs. I'm sure Bill would be happy to talk about that too. Again, public infrastructure improvements of $375,000, and the reason this is recommended in the 26 or beyond period is that we just made a really significant investment last year, and you can see that we've got $825,000 that we previously did not see in the operating budget for the Department of Public Works. When you add in the 375 that we're recommending in 26, along with the base of Chapter 90 of 780, and then what we're hoping to see, an investment from what's called the millionaire's tax, an increase annually in Chapter 90, gets us very close to our funding goal of $2.6 million to $2.42 million in 2026. So that would put us in a pretty good position moving forward if all those things happen as we hope they do. Again, the funding is in the base budget now. One of the things we will continue to circle around on, and every community does, is should it go into the capital budget or should it be in the annual operating budget? And we will find our sweet spot. I don't know that we know what that is yet. Until you really fund it in the operation, the department doesn't know, what the workflow is to manage that type of investment. So it's something that, I personally would recommend putting it in the operating budget, but knowing that you may make a different choice in the next year. And the key really is having that investment value sustained every year, year after year, without vagaries, because otherwise the department doesn't know what it has to invest and can't plan appropriately. And these funds would support specifically drainage as a major focus, would complete 1 to 2 additional significant projects each year, would allow the surface treatment of 1 to 2 additional neighborhoods every year, would allow them to better maintain and upgrade existing sidewalk networks, and support for major intersection projects like the Quaker Meeting House Road project that we know is happening soon. And one of the best benefits is leveraging state grants, because we need to do all of the design for major grants ahead of seeing those come through. So there's a big investment on the town side ahead of seeing state grants come through. There's just a couple more. We're closing in on the end here. The evening shift patrol, increasing staffing on that by a total of 3, with a third funded by savings from the SRO officer. Excuse me. That has been recommended for many years. It's a need that we know exists. This funding wouldn't necessarily line up exactly with regional dispatch services, but over time could be offset by those anticipated savings, sort of matching public safety savings with public safety investments. And this would support the evening shift from 4 to midnight. We know that there are domestic and more complicated calls that come in during this shift. They require more dedicated patrol time and often more than one officer to respond to each call, which lowers the shift staffing available to respond to calls during a high demand period. And so it does result in a lower service level on the road and ability to respond. And again, in terms of priority, I think I can speak for the chief that the social worker was a priority for the departments. We felt comfortable doing that as a priority for 25. And then lastly, I think it's lastly, this is one that we say is 3 to 5 years in the future. Would be delighted and thrilled to have it be 3 to 5 years in the future. This is incredibly challenging, not just for Sandwich, but for every community on the Cape to get these projects permitted and planned, both at the federal and local level. Staffing will be required to manage the design and construction of water quality and infrastructure, operations and related programs. And some of the related programs might be water quality monitoring, some of the betterment programs that come through when you're making the sewer connections. There's a lot of complexity to managing a large wastewater investment. We currently fund a part-time water quality program manager through the WIF, but these are investments that will be needed as those projects move forward. And that is a thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
I have some questions, but I'm going to let, if anybody else has some, if you want to go first, just make sure you have your mic close to your speaking parts. Ed?
I have a number of questions that I've tracked as you've gone through, Heather. So one is on the OPED trust fund. We have a big bump this year compared to prior years. And I'm wondering if we were to keep it at the same level as we did last year and then use the balance to help fund some of, either getting us to the, 485 that's in the fiscal year 25 number, or even perhaps to your point of moving up the IT and the DPW, I think it was.
So, I think our recommendation, and Bill may even want to chime in on this, or Bud, is to sustain the level of investment that we're recommending in 25, which I don't have the budget in front of me, but 200,000, which is what we had done previous to last year. So we did a pretty significant investment last year. This year, we're back to what had been the previous level of investment of $200,000 in OPEB, which again, the fiscal managers really recommend making an investment, making a consistent investment, and making progress towards your goal.
But looks like we're going to go from 1.7 or so up to almost 2.5 in the chart, at least.
That doesn't include this year. That was up through last year.
It's 23 to 25. I'm not.
Sorry.
Help me.
I know there's a better way to do this.
We're in fiscal 24, so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So that was
okay.
We're in 24 and
Right.
going to 25, and you're saying then 25, which was
Another 200,000.
200,000.
Yeah.
It's the same as what we did in 24.
Well, 24, we did a big bump because I forget what the savings, but there were some
going back to
savings we realized, so we wanted to put more in there.
But you can see beginning in 20, we started making a more significant investment. So in 25, there'll be another 200,000. So you'd be looking at, just over 2.5.
On the social worker,
Yep.
just because I sat through a pretty compelling, almost heartbreaking story about social workers nationwide recently, and why people go into it is noble, that profession. So I think about the salary. It looks like it's competitive to the Cape. But then I was thinking about this role, to Jackie's question about working alongside with the police department, and then, our comments even tonight about, the need for later shifts. So how does a social worker fit into that need in later shifts? Is the person going to be on call, and how do they perhaps get compensated for that? The needs there, I get it. But I'm just thinking, do we have the right number?
I think, when we were putting together the list, we tried to get a feel for what was happening elsewhere, and our HR department did some analysis on the new positions we weren't as familiar with. So I think it's in the ballpark. Is it exact? It's sort of like that flexibility that we talked about, a little bit, if we need a little bit here or there, or depending on when turnover happens, there might be ways to adjust it. I think from what the departments explained, and they're here, so that's a benefit if we want, they're free to come up and shed more light on it. I don't think it's supposed to be like on the shift, every shift. It's sort of a combination of what they can assist with, maybe on what calls that evening shift hears more often, and then how can they outreach to those families to help with any issues. I think we've gotten twice grants from the state to provide part-time social work assistance, and it's been really well received, especially by the public. If you have a kid who's struggling, or a family member, or yourself, it's nice to have, someone to turn to get advice. And I think from what we're hearing from our senior and community services department, our social worker in that department, Rita Wallstead, does an awesome job. I think to have someone to bandy stuff back and forth with, and share things with, and resources is a big help. And I know the schools have internal staff, and the police could explain better on how all that intercooperation works. But I know, in speaking with the superintendent, especially that school resource officer, that second position is really important to him. And just some of the issues that we talked about that school resource officer would help with dovetail exactly into the social worker needs as well. So,
And I didn't see the part-time social worker or the part-time IT person listed under the
so it says 3-person in IT because we have 2 full-time people and 2 part-time.
So they're not charged to
They're not.
the police department?
No, well, there is one part-time person in police, and there's a part-time person in IT, but all 4, and the 2 full-time people, all 4 are listed under IT.
Okay. And the social worker, where does the social worker?
Social worker is from a grant, so
so we don't
it's
have
really short money that we receive. So I think it's doing like 15 or so hours a week for like 6 months or so.
I think I can speak for the department that they will continue to pursue that. So this will be, hopefully will be additive, and it won't be a reduction.
And I should say the
makes sense.
opioid settlement funds that we know we're receiving, and again, this is off the top of my head, so it's not to the dollar. I want to say over a 10-year period, we're bringing in, in excess of just over $1 million. So we felt that those funds, apples to apples, would really make sense to fund that social worker position for a decade. And I'll say this about the cannabis funding as well for the school resource officers. If for some reason any of those the funding was going away, I know that's something we try to find ways to implement on our own whenever that dropped off. And I can talk about the cannabis issues in a little bit, if that's okay.
Yep.
I just want to add, just for those of you that aren't familiar, we have an opioid settlement fund working group, which includes Josh, Sean Gilrain from the fire department, myself, Nicola Bordelon, who's the school health nurse, Guy Boucher, Susan Morancic, Lana Atamian, who's the former director of Wellstrong, who runs some sober homes here in Sandwich. I'm really connected with the community and runs the Sandwich Cares program that you may be familiar with. And to a person, they, really 100% support, taking right off the top of the opioid settlement funds budget for a social worker. And they really see that not just supporting the police department, which we know that they can, but making the connections in the community between the school department, the senior and community services department, and the community service, the recreation department. They play a role in sort of understanding where that community is and what the needs in the community are, and are really at the ground floor often.
My next question goes to the administrative professionals section. I got to thinking about the good work that's been done to get to the assignment flexibility with the labor unions. And I wonder if that has been done kind of town-wide. And, you know, are there other opportunities for that type of flexibility that might exist with any shared resources that sit at the Center for Active Living between rec and senior and community services? Or I can't recall if there are multiple groups that sit over at the Public Works building and the like.
Yeah, I would just say off the top of my head, like, we're really fortunate on how our departments cooperate, and trying to think of a way to say, even if they're not in the same employee group, they still help each other out. So some examples that came to mind quickly is the administrative professional union. There's really like coverage in every single department with the exception of our office and the human resources department because of the confidential information we deal with. So all the other departments have members there, but to the clerical union's credit, they even agreed to help our two departments out that they don't have people in if we needed it. And there have been some examples, small ones, that have happened even in the last few weeks where I think one of the things that we have down for our office, like down the road, and it's not even a huge priority for 26, is trying to do some sort of shared position between HR, because if our office manager is at training for all day on a Friday, it's just the two of us there. And I'll be honest, like, I'll speak for myself. My ear is not trained to pick up when the phone rings up out front. I don't get up from my desk and go answer it. And then we have people come in and we just ask them to wait until we can go help them, but it's not the best service that we're providing. So there have been times when we knew that vacancy was going to happen and it wasn't last minute. We've been able to get help from other departments to have someone sit there and help us, which is huge. A great example is our facilities department, which is all non-union, underneath Brian Schlegel's oversight, works constantly with the Department of Public Works staff all the time. So a great example is all the improvements that you saw in the exterior of 100 Route 6A, the grounds, all the landscaping, the fencing, all that was done in cooperation in-house between those departments. You know, Brian and one of the other people in facilities are master electricians, so they did all the exterior lighting on our own, not through the contractor when we did 100 Route 6A. And I know, for example, if Dave McNeely, who's our part-time IT person in police, if we ever had an issue at our building and we needed him and he knew how to fix it, he'd be there in a second. So all that's good. I think you're right in terms of, and this is something that we've tried to talk about, and I think it's been huge with Guy Boucher as the example, helping oversee for other departments and, you know, sort of community service related things. Like, he's seen ways where like those four departments can help each other more, and we've started that. And I think there's already a ton of cooperation compared to other towns that happens in our inspections office. Like, I hate this word, but it's sort of been like a bullpen, you know, when you walk in the front door, like directly ahead of you are inspections. So there's administrative support for conservation, health, inspections. Even some of the specialty inspectors, when they're part-time on the side, they help out. So it's almost like all hands on deck if it's needed, and I think we're really fortunate that way compared to some of our colleagues. So, but there's always room to do more, and I think with this flexibility that we're going to get come July 1st, not that it's going to happen every day, but there'll be times when it's really helpful. I know right now the town clerk's office says they're really busy because of the state keeps enacting these things. Anytime you motor voter stuff, or if you register or re-register your car, you get something in the mail about your voting status and being able to vote early. And, so then there's cards that have to be sent back and forth. So, I mean, that has increased some of the paperwork that they've had to deal with at certain times. So there's a lot of that happens. It is fair to say, like, the departments that are further away from a central location, it's a little bit harder to know their needs. And I know when we've known a really bad storm was coming, Paul has asked and has gotten help from many other departments. Like, if we know we're going to be closed for a day or two because it's a really bad storm, his people even go to people's houses, pick them up to help staff the office and the phones, which is great. And they get paid properly because of what they've had to do outside their normal hours, which is great too.
Just a couple of points. One, just to be clear, you may not know that the administrative professionals, the staff in that union, work in the Department of Public Works. They work in the marina. They work, so they work all over town. So that when we say the benefit of that is everywhere. And we know, particularly, I'll pick on Mary Ellen in the Department of Public Works. There's a great employee. We know if we have a need, she'll come over and help us out, and that happens. That happened before this, but now it makes it legitimate within the collective bargaining confines. But one good example of how the flexibility with collective bargaining, along with the right organizational structure, I attended the first meeting where we had all of the payroll officers and the administrative team from the marina, the golf department, the beach department, the recreation department, the treasurer's office, the finance department, Guy Boucher, I'm trying to remember someone else, preparing in January for onboarding that's going to happen in a few months to make sure that when we bring on 220 employees, that it doesn't, cause a breakdown in the treasurer's department that still has to do, its weekly payroll and all the things it does every week when it brings on all the employees. Many of them who don't follow directions all the time. So that was a really excellent kind of example of that. And some of these folks hadn't never been in the same room together, and so it was a nice thing to see.
Just a comment on the training. It seems like really short money to me. It's like $200, $225 a person. But I guess the thought is, how does training get delivered so that, there's online tools available now. So are these online things that we subscribe to, and then it becomes available, for the turnover that we have that you showed us tonight as well?
So I'll touch on a couple of them. I should start out by saying, public safety has a lot of job-specific training that they do all the time, required legal updates, getting recertified on their weapons, all sorts of things. Same thing with fire. So theirs are a little bit unique, and we don't have a separate budget in their departments called training. It's part of their overtime. So that, most of the time, a lot of that happens when they're off duty. So we pay for that separately. DPW has a little bit of that, but what I was trying to say, other than public safety, I would say the vast majority of our training gets all scheduled through our HR department, and they are masters at getting grants from our insurance provider to provide, for example, I think we got a grant for $10,000 worth of OSHA training. So a lot of Paul's crew was on a couple of, half-day sessions where they would actually come to work up here with a presenter rather than being out in the field. We've gotten anti-harassment and anti-discrimination training through that. And what the nice part is all these grants we get and all the training we take, we actually get credits on our liability insurance off that. And our HR department organizes that. And I think they've averaged, and they've been doing this for over a decade, I think they've averaged about $30,000 to $45,000, I'd have to check with Marie, a year that we get a credit towards next year's premium because of the training and classes that any one of us may have gone in prior years. I think what we see the uses of some of this training, just to touch on a couple of bigger ones, that I think have really paid off in terms of getting sort of higher level thinking and open-mindedness and being progressive as an employer and as staff. The Mass Municipal Association, partnering with Suffolk University, they do a certificate in local government leadership. Every other year it's hosted in the town of Barnstable, and I'm pleased to say every year Barnstable's hosted it, we've had at least 2 employees, usually either department heads or assistant department heads or someone else who's interested, an office manager, go through that. So right now with the program going on, we have 2 people, our office manager in our office and the assistant IT director are going through. It's a year-long class. Every Friday, they end up taking 5 graduate level courses over that year. And they get a certificate at the end, and if they decide to go pursue a master's at Suffolk, 4 of those 5 classes count towards the degree. So it's huge. And when I say the money's short, I think it might cost us about $2,500 per employee. So sometimes I just take that from my budget, because we put money in to go to meetings and we don't go to them so much. So we, not playing martyr, so we pay for others to go to those things. And then just so happened that Leadership Matters program that Heather mentioned, again, is through partially through Maya, and so it's a $25,000 cost, which is steep, but that's for 5 of us to go. It's been a Friday and a Saturday, once a month for 4 months. And then from that, they're going to come do training here for all the department heads, which department heads don't know yet. And so we get more bang for the buck than just the classes we took. And I was able to get a $10,000 grant from Maya to pay for whatever that is, 40% of the total cost. So I want personally, like that 25,000, I want to send 5 more people or 6 more people next fall. And hopefully I can get the $10,000 grant again. So that's part of it. But it's fair to say, like, I admit we don't appropriate enough for training, but I would stress again, our HR department are masters at trying to get small funding funding sources. And I have to say, our membership, our collective membership, including the finance committee and the MMA, all those webinars are open for anyone to go to pretty much for free, most of them. And a lot of people take advantage of those. It's been great. So we try to stretch the dollar as much as we can, but I really think we could help advance the whole group of us by having a little bit more for that.
Yeah, and
I think study after study does show that, not only does an investment in training increase innovation, retention of valued staff, but it also can avoid costly mistakes and lawsuits. So in dollar for dollar investments in training can be extremely cost effective. I think, as Ed is pointing out, this is modest per employee, and with some of those, so it is a cost effective investment.
Can I mention 2 quick things, and then I'm sorry. I'm going to butt in case you were going to say the same thing. For example, when we do the anti-harassment, anti-discrimination training, it's about 3 hours. We have a great attorney who does it. It gets videotaped, and then it gets given to all the staff who couldn't do it. They're required to watch it and sign off that they watched it once a fiscal year. So I think we try to redo that training every other year, roughly. And then just to show, I think, this is a credit to the select board in terms of their support for education. The chief and deputy could refresh my memory. Whenever the state got rid of the so-called Quinn bill, which was an incentive for people who had educational degrees. So if you had an associate's, you got a certain percentage on your base, a bachelor's and a master's. And so a lot of towns, when that went through, said, we're getting rid of it. And Sandwich said, nope, we're honoring it, because the state used to make up whatever that cost was. The state would reimburse you allegedly 50% the next year, but they, just like the charter school reimbursements, they never quite did it. So then they did away with the law. So that's how they got out of paying it. But we honored that from the get-go because we thought it was important. And the other point I'd make is because this is all, union contracts are public information once they're done. So in our most recent contract with the fire department, we increased the stipend for people to have a bachelor's degree from 11% to 15% because we thought it was important for them to do that. And some of the degrees that it has to be related to their work, but some of the degrees are probably some of the most common ones for people to do some of the online educational opportunities. And we even let them, if they're not on a call, but they're trying to advance their education, we allow them on duty online to do some of that work. And obviously, if a call comes in, if there's something that the group's working on, they have to do that. But we try to support that mentality.
I think I was going to say a little differently than Jackie did, that the program Bud mentioned, Leadership Matters, that we think would be really valuable for another team to go through, and maybe, over the course of a few years, several more. That funding from our insurance company is the result of the Mass Municipal Association and our insurers across the state seeing the shortage of quality leadership in local government management as a risk to communities and an investment that needs to be made. And so it's no surprise it's coming from our insurance company that's the right type of investment that's needed to avert risks in the long term. And really, when you have people working in silos with a lack of collaboration and an unfamiliarity of what your colleagues do, then, you do end up being a little bit more measured in how you respond rather than collaborating and working together to solve problems, which is what we try to do.
Just quick observation based on one of the early demographics things that you showed us tonight. And just relative to how we have to think about things over the long term is the increasing age of our population and the decreasing enrollment in schools. And in the face of, the needs with the infrastructure at the schools, it's hard to imagine how do we begin to think about taking money from the schools and from education to put towards what the future is. If we're going to go from 27% to 50% senior citizens, then the demand for services on the senior end is going to go up, while perhaps the demand for education needs is going down. So how we manage all that and work together between general government and schools, I think is going to be critical as we move forward in the next several years. And then I think you're going to cover bud. You said you're going to cover cannabis, so I'll wait for that.
Matt, do you have anything?
Yeah. Question on school resource officers. Is that 2 additional resource officers, or is that 1 in addition to the current? 1 in addition to the current. And then it seems, and I don't follow this in depth, but it seems there's a fair turnover in the school resource officers. Is that a fair? No? Okay.
Could you come up into the mic so everyone can hear? Thanks.
No, we've had 3 probably within the last 12 years or so.
Okay, so it's not a
no.
Might just be in the past couple.
No, we did get a new one within the last year.
Okay. I guess what I was going to ask is associated costs with training of school resource officers, and then seems I would imagine that's a very well, all your jobs are emotionally intensive, but that one might be extra emotionally intense, dealing with a lot of young kids, and I'm sure all the issues that come with that and families, and wondering how does that tie to the other position, the social worker position, and those seem that they'd be very intertwined, as I think we mentioned. Yeah, so I was just wondering if there's added cost to that. I guess if there's not turnover, then it's not a huge concern.
Yeah, no, it's not a huge concern, no. And anything, it would be in our budget, their training and all that.
Okay. And then is it equal services across the school? And this is just curiosity. Equal services across the schools, or is there more services with the older kids, younger kids?
It's mostly, I think it's mostly the high school and the Oak Ridge School. Forestdale School, I mean, those are the younger kids. I mean, they really, other than going there just to make connections and to teach them about, certain things. As far as like actual police-related matters, we see very little there.
Okay, cool. That was all I had on that. Oh, I'm sorry. And one on the additional evening shifts. How many are on the road now?
A full staffing would be 4 sector cars right now. We very rarely have that with vacations and with and the staffing that we have right now. We have 3 that are scheduled to be going to the academy because we're down actually 4 officers right now. So we very rarely see that. The minimum we have is 3 patrol cars on the road and a supervisor.
So by adding 2 positions, the hope would be to have at minimum 5 on the road.
Well, it wouldn't be. It would be a minimum of 4.
Minimum of 4.
What it would be. You have that extra position because people have days off and so on and so forth.
Understood.
So.
Great.
And just to be clear, if we got the cannabis company to agree to fund 2 school resource officers, we're already funding 1 on our own. So the freeing up of that money allows us to get the 3rd officer, because we said, so that money will be freed up sooner.
Right, with scheduling, the way the schedule works, you would actually need 3 people to have that full coverage 7 days a week.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand. Yep, understood.
And how realistic is that? to make it happen. Do you think it'll happen?
Want me to jump into that?
Sure.
Because it's all related. I'm just being blunt on how things have changed. So this is my own personal opinion. So the first part. So if you remember when cannabis institutions were trying to get permission to come to towns, we were all told, oh, you're going to get way more money. We're going to make host community impact fee payments. All these things will be coming to you. So as soon as the Cannabis Control Commission got established, they started drafting regulations. So two things have happened, one in the last few weeks and the other in the last 6 months. So eventually the regulations that have been promulgated and ultimately approved by the Cannabis Control Commission have now made any host community impact fee payment that's not directly tied to the amount of services that a town provides invalid. Not prospectively when your host community agreement expires, but retrospectively because those cannabis institutions have to get recertified by the state once a year. So when they do that, they're going to ask to see any host community agreement, and if you have a community impact payment, which we have of 3%, this is separate from the retail tax. So we have a 3% community impact payment. It's immediately going to be declared invalid. So it's there was a phrase that the Department of Revenue issued a opinion to towns between Christmas and New Year's saying, this is the new regulation, so if you've been counting on it and spending that money, it's going to go away. So that's one of the two things. The thing that's happened more recently is a cannabis provider in Southbridge where they had paid roughly, I think, $1.3 million in those community impact fees, asked the town to quantify, because we're supposed to report annually what our impact was. So when we report, I contact the two chiefs, DPW, and I'm just being blunt, the answer is zero impact. There might be some traffic issues, but how do you quantify that? And, the police and fire may have responded to a certain address 4 times in a year, but who's to say it was for that type issue? So I realistically say there's really no impact. And so when the person in Southbridge saw what the town was reporting, they actually filed a suit to get 1.3 million back, and it was settled out of court for 1.2 million. So the town of Southbridge is going to have to come up with money to repay. Now, Southbridge must have been early and often in terms of having a cannabis provider. Just to give you some perspective, like we've only been paid, because it's relatively new and it's smaller operation, about $154,000. And so the town, not just me, but the town has a great relationship with the cannabis owner in Sandwich, is very, very professional and open with us and supportive. If their business creates a problem, you guys would be shocked how fast the police get called, and I have an email waiting for me on Monday, hey, if you hear anything, please, what can I do to help? How can we do this better? They've been awesome. And so, I take that person at their word, so they're not going to ask for that money back. So what I'm trying to do is, all of our leverage has gone away, because when we first started talking about our FY25 and beyond plan, I was hoping to get them, instead of making these 3% payments, would they fund other things that might not be equal to it, but are things we could really use. And it's fair to say, like, the owner and I have been going back and forth, but our negotiating position has been hurt. But they're still very open-minded. At first, I had listed more than just 2 school resource officer positions. I still think that, I hope that's realistic. So we had met as recently as last week. We have certain beliefs on what is fair. And so I got them something in writing, and I'm just waiting to hear back. And then if that's approved by them in concept, then we'd work with our town council and their attorney to do a donation agreement. But I want to stress it's a donation agreement, and we will have language in there that protects us as best we can, but you can't enforce a donation agreement. And it will even include some wording that they support, like, any assigns or new owners would be required to take over the same thing. But again, if it was really pushed legally, so I have a lot of faith that we'll be able to do this, but we're not quite there yet. So my hope is within the next month to be able to go back to the select board and say, hey, we have this conceptual donation agreement. Here's a draft from town council. It's like 3 pages long. It's simple, with an attached spreadsheet. Hopefully we can get that approved. If the reason I'm openly talking about all this is if you look in the selectmen packet that went out on Monday, I included that Department of Revenue advice to the towns that basically say, sorry, it's gone. And then also included 2 newspaper articles, one from the Cape Cod Times, one from the area that reports on Southbridge, explaining more about that case and sort of how it will probably impact a lot of towns other than just, Southbridge. So I think, and I want to stress one more thing, that the 3% retail sale tax is locked, so that doesn't go away. And so that's bringing us today about $22,500 a month as a local receipt. And, that part of their business didn't start that long ago, and so they've seen growth each month. And so it's not for public consumption, but actually it is for public consumption because you can get it from retail. But yeah, it's the owner has shared with me what his business projections are like by June, and it's even more than that. That should be, pretty easy for us to reach each month. So that will help us just in terms of local receipts, but it's not that whole host community agreement impact payments are going to go away.
How secure is the longevity on that donation agreement?
Yeah, I think it says indefinite, but there's an opportunity to, if there's an issue with what's specified in it, to be able, and we purposely, this is still draft, that either side can notify each other in the early fall so they could work out something by the end of December. So we'd have time that wouldn't go effect till July 1. So we would have time to react if we had to budgetarily, to go through this process to address it. Like I really trust, based on the way they've treated us in the past and continue to, I have a lot of faith. If they say they will do something, it will be done.
Matt?
So that 3% community impact fee, that's supposed to be used and tracked?
It just goes as a local receipt, so it's not. And then in addition to that, we had a 0.5% substance abuse prevention fee. And to me, like what we're trying to do with the school, I mean, again, in speaking with Dr. Maruzchak, there's nothing he would like more in terms of substance abuse prevention and outreach to students more than a second resource officer. Yeah. And I know, the chief and deputy really support that as well. So that's something we'd really like to get in place, to focus more on the middle school and the elementary school. Oak Ridge and Forestdale, because I know, 7th and 8th grade is now technically the middle school, but
what does the school resource officer do in the summer? Do you have other child-related duties?
That's a time for them to take vacation, because they do have vacation time, and that's the optimum time for them to use that. There's other programs that sometimes they get involved with, and sometimes they just go back out on patrol and supplement the patrol force.
Okay.
Just on the cannabis point, you said that to date we've gotten about 155,000 from them, but our ask is going to be, it looks like, 200.
Yeah, things have grown in their business, and I think the 155 included, and I don't have the agreements in front of me. I think it included 3% host impact fee on the medical and on the retail. The retail is still fairly new. I think that was only last May or June when they actually opened. Yeah. So I think the amounts have gone up this fiscal year because it was known statewide that these regulatory changes were coming that were going to hurt towns. They've actually bankrolled the money and not turned it over to us. So the 154 is what we've actually received. So this fiscal year, they've set aside the money, but they haven't paid us. So I'm hoping to leverage that to help with the down payment on this donation fund. So we have something in the bank before July 1st that we can start drawing on for 2 officers, resource officers, even though, as the chief said, by the time you hire them and school starts, it might be September.
Yeah, it's a healthy chunk of change. Not having it over the long haul and knowing he's running a business that is increasingly getting more competitive, and will continue, I believe, personally, it'll continue to get more competitive, which therefore might bring prices down, or at least in line, in line to however you price that stuff. But I just get concerned that it's something there's a pretty critical need to do this, and that we're hanging our hat on a donation to fund it. So again, I think it's good that we're going after the funding. Keep working at that, I would say. But I just think we need to, again, it's another one of those items where we should have a plan to address how we would sustain it. Should he decide to walk away.
Even try to phase it out in terms of the reliance on the donation, but then use those donation funds for something else that we would specify that might not be employee critical, but something else. It is frustrating though when you know what we were all sold, but what's happened in reality really in 2-3 years, statewide, not just, this is all still relatively new.
We have pretty limited zoning allowing for.
Yeah, we only allow one, so I think in speaking with him,
I don't think we'll receive competition.
You think he's
town, correct?
I think what I've heard more concerns about is neighboring communities if more competition comes in. I think the location right off an exit, right when you cross the bridge, if you're coming on Cape, especially in the summer, I think it's quite popular and
It is, yeah. They're very busy. I mean, especially like Friday nights, Friday evenings. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, fortunately, there hasn't been much of a traffic issue, which I'm kind of surprised by because of the volume that's coming in and out of there. It is a tough spot. But fortunately, so far, we haven't really had any accidents or anything like that resulting. So,
yeah.
And there's no opportunity for a payment in lieu of taxes because they don't own the real estate there, so we couldn't get creative.
I don't believe so. Yeah. I think if they do this, like that's what town council said is the best thing, but I fully agree with what Ed said, and I know Chief Miller on the select board especially has been, concerned about if it's that important of a position, we shouldn't fund it through a donation. Mm-hmm. I might want to say we could fund it in the beginning for 3 years through donation, but we should try to shift at that point.
I mean, I think in terms of the risk, we have certain monies now. If we all agree that it's an important couple of positions to have, I mean, I guess the worst case is at some point somebody reneges on some kind of deal somewhere, or the state does, or these agreements do, and at that point there's a decision to absorb it in maybe these other 3% of the tax, the local receipts, or unfortunately, it is personnel, but, when a funding source dries up, unfortunately, sometimes people will have to lose their position, and that would be really unfortunate in this case, but it is, I guess it's not an extremely high risk. If it does happen, then there is recourse in the budget.
Anybody else? Andrew, have any questions?
Is community impact, is the traffic considered community impact?
It is in the sense,
Because it is busier than Stop and Shop. It's
Paul would
busier
know
than
it.
Stop and Shop,
But Paul would know it better, but like 1:30, on the way to work in the morning and going home at night, I mean, you guys see it, that's a busy road.
Yeah, try to get out of Service Road.
Yeah, no, that's...
Ever. Go ahead.
I think just from a planning standpoint, and, the traffic engineers will rate roads based on the standard of service and the level of service for that area. I don't know it, but I'm going to bet it's a low level of service, and it takes a lot of traffic to move you down, and so it's difficult to say that is the impact of the level of service, and I think we'd have a hard time making that case.
I'm sorry, I have one more. Heather mentioned the word planning, so it reminded me of how does this plan, which understandably has kind of been in the works, as you've shown us over the years, for many years, but how does this roll with other large plans, like the local comprehensive plan. You know, I read through the executive summary, which is well done, but it doesn't get to specific projects or specific recommendations. I'm sure the detailed plan does. So how do those things roll into this plan? We have a stated long-range plan that we put in the warrant each year. Cape Cod Commission, you know, has their kind of plan for, you know, larger Cape. There's been talk recently from some county folks saying that the base should update their long-range plan, which obviously the base affects us as well. So how do all these different plans, and how should we be thinking about those plans, roll either into what we have in front of us to consider, or those things are going to be additional at some point?
No, I would say that the local comprehensive plan is your big picture vision for the community. It won't get into things like recommending staffing levels, but it will set goals for service areas. And you'll see when you read the plan, it sets it up, and you know, thinking about, you know, community health and housing and economic development and community services. So you'll see the way that it's laid out, but it will not, you know, say we need to add a specific staff person for this purpose, but it will lay out what some of the goals are. And I know in speaking with staff, both Ralph and Leanne, who work really closely with the committee, one of the recurring discussion topics at the committee level was you really need more staff to accomplish all of these goals. And so, you know, being able to address the current needs of the community puts us in a much stronger position to help us meet the long-term vision.
And I guess Ralph and Leanne have relayed that the LCP actually does say that there is more staff needed on general government to help provide like the level of services that we think we need, which is great. And I don't know how specific it gets, like Heather said about individual positions, but they felt like what we were doing was consistent with what the overall goal was.
Having any questions? Nope. Jackie, any more?
So just for orientation, and I apologize if I may have missed this, but we saw last week there's 3%, 6%, 9% roughly, 3% as is. So is everything in this packet, Heather, that you went through exclusive of the FY25 and beyond at the 6%?
26 and beyond. So everything through the Center for Active Living staffing. I think that's the last one. Let me see.
Yes, thank you. It has.
Would be included in sort of what the recommended fiscal 25 budget.
At that.
Yes.
6%.
At the 6%
Correct.
level. Okay.
And then, so Center for Active Living, it sounds like there's been, it seems like everybody here is bullish, optimistic about the amount of people that are using the center. And I noticed there was, in 4 months, it served 800 people, so I imagine those are unique residents. But then the 8-month view was more swipes or check-ins, and that wouldn't be unique. Do we actually know over the 8-month how many unique residents have used the center?
I don't know that the answer to either one of those, but they're different cohorts. So the 20,000 are those that are registered with the Center for Active Living as part of the Council on Aging program. So they are swiping in, and so that's every person that comes in. You come in and sign in. The 800 are registered participants in recreation programs that have been held at the rec department. Because right now, that's all we're doing are registered programs. We don't have, just walk in the evenings for all ages. Although the building is open all day long, any one of us, regardless of our age, can walk in and use the building during the day. We can't necessarily participate in the programs, but the building is available to us.
It would be helpful to see it in terms of unique residents, just what percent of the population is kind of at this moment, and we're early on, but using the center actively. And that's helpful to understand whether an additional 50,000 is helpful. There's probably a sense on the ground that it's helpful, and to expand the hours. I understand what the ask is, but yeah, I think that would be helpful. Maybe even the library in similarly, I mean, that, it's sort of like numbers of books, but that's not as relevant a measure as, how many residents. I mean, we do have, people are unfortunately, reading less and using libraries less, although the libraries, I'm sure, are offering different services, but just what are the usage numbers there too?
And then early on, you used the term, it was within the base budget. So when you're using, more so I know the terms we're talking about going forward, base budget you're saying is the 6%.
Yes, that's the
budget,
recommended
right?
6.15, and then if it was level service budget, it would drop to like 3.88.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, some of my questions got answered, but I still have a few. Just in the very beginning, we talked about the average current age being 52. What, of the town employees, what is the average age that they retire at? Like, how many more years beyond 52?
So it would depend, well, it's a personal decision, so I don't know. Public safety, and the chief can correct me, I believe maxes out at any combination of 30 years of service and 55 years of age. So almost all of our public safety people typically leave around 55 if they stay until the end of their career. Some leave earlier if they're going to another department or they decide they've, worked enough.
Some stay later if they start
Exactly.
life.
Yep. And then, so the general rule of thumb, and this is really rough, that if a non-public safety employee that's not in the school system or in the teacher retirement system wanted to max out for their pension, they would have to work a combination of years of service and age that added up to at least 100. So, you could get people who are 65 who worked for 35 years. They would max out for their retirement. And usually most people don't stay much after they maxed out, and several leave before they reach the maximum. So that's just a rough rule of thumb. I think Heather did this on the back of an envelope about 2 years ago, and I think if we did it again, we'd be depressed. But I think she basically said anyone my age or a little bit older that's a department head or like a department leader, I think we counted at the time there were about 12 that could be going within like 5 years. And so that's sort of what we've tried to do with the succession planning a little bit and, trying to get more responsibility and training. But it all depends, So we haven't had the turnover or the recruitment and retention problems that they have, for example, further down Cape. I think sort of Barnstable or Yarmouth to the Bridge where, it's a little bit easier to attract people and keep people.
It just seems like I was surprised at that 52.
It's a little
we
older
have
than
like
I
a
thought.
Mature group of
Yeah, would have.
that could be
Yeah.
out the door in not too many years,
Yeah.
and maybe en masse too.
Nancy, can I just add
Go
on
ahead.
to that? Does HR, I'm sure they do, but do they track, so they did you say 200 interviews this year?
20 in 12 months.
And I don't, nobody can answer this right now, but percentage of those interviews that are, and I don't even know how to define this, on the younger side in the workforce. It was like, I know you've been here since you were pretty young.
Yeah.
I think the chief has been here since he was pretty young. And I wonder how many of our staff that we hire on now are in the younger age bracket, and do you guys see younger guys and gals coming on to the department, or is it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say the average age coming in for a police officer is probably mid-20s, probably. So,
I would say 2 weeks.
Dispatch, it's probably right around the same. I mean, you get some that are older where this is a second career for them, but the majority of them are on the younger side.
And I would say too, I think there's been more turnover in certain positions than others, and I know Paul has had a really hard time finding qualified initial laborers. I think when the economy's good, or, private sector is paying high amounts of money, it's harder to get those people. And maybe when the economy's down, it's easier to attract them to a town thing, mostly for the pension. But I think the pension possibility down the road, I do think, there's certain positions that there generally has been more turnover. Like one of the things that you see happening in the administrative professional union is, say, I'm making it up, a senior person in, I'm trying to think of a real world example, in inspections leaves, and they were the grade 5 office manager that was helping oversee all the office staff and inspections. That creates a promotional vacancy, so that gets advertised internally within the union first. And if it's a grade 5 position, there's going to be people who apply for that and want that job. And then usually there's then the ripple effect. So then you're doing interviews for that, and then the next one. Most of the time, the ripple's only like one layer, not a second or third ripple. And again, there's been a lot of turnover. I know in DPW, I think there's 3 vacancies right now. But we've got some really good people too. So that, and we try to pay again for having certain licenses to be able to do like broader, more varied work. There's a value to that to us, and that's sort of how. And we make anyone who's hired who doesn't have those licenses within 1 year, they have to get like 3 different licenses. If they don't, and they've showed good effort, like we might extend that time by 6 months. But if they don't get it after that, we usually let them go.
Does your association that is it Mass Municipal?
Yeah, there's Mass Municipal Group, and then Heather and I are part of the Mass Managers Group. So do
they track stuff like that, like average age of staffing, and are we?
I don't think they do.
Are we
That's
normal,
a
or are we?
I bet you the HR directors probably do a little bit. There's a separate.
It'd be a curious stat to look at.
Yeah.
If we are.
Yeah.
If we're in the. Yeah, which end of the spectrum do we fall on?
I would think the further you go down Cape, the average is higher. I would think. But.
Okay, I have a question on the 25,000 for DPW commercial cleaning. Is that to be outsourced, or is it a partial?
I think our goal was to outsource that. We do have, there have been in-house people who have maintained it, and then there's also been, we've outsourced at sometimes, which I think is happening now, a certain number of hours a week for a company to do some cleaning, but there is some higher level that's needed periodically.
Okay. And what will a director of community development do?
Yeah, so they would help oversee inspections, planning and development, and inspections includes, conservation, health, inspections, building.
So who does that now?
Right now, no one.
No one does it?
Heather and I.
What are you going to do with all that extra time?
Yeah. I think a common complaint, and I hate this term, and Heather's going to hit me because I use it all the time. All of us, we feel like we do too much bottle washing and not enough chief cooking.
And who would that person report to?
Right now, those departments report to the assistant town manager position.
Okay, all right.
I think this is just quickly off the top of my head. The departments that report to me are public safety, finance, library, DPW. And facilities, and I think the rest report roughly to Heather.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Roughly, but if there's a bigger issue, we're both working on it regardless of what the department is. Yeah.
Your question, but its response just it's got me thinking, and we really do, I know I do, spend a lot of time on issues that are really important, but at a lower level, and my involvement in them escalates them in importance and sometimes can blow them out of proportion. So it's really, it's a delicate balance of responding, reacting, and supporting. And having that extra level, I can tell you, having, just Guy on with the department he's working with, there are real improvements happening as a result of them feeling safe, that they can, the department managers and the staff have a safe place to really knock around problems and come up with solutions. And it has made a big difference, and I would see the same there.
It's sort of like what you see in the public safety, where they have the advantage of having like a shift supervisor and people above them and people above them, and then the chief and the deputy. So that, I think some of the structure that they have, and somewhat that Paul has, because he has 4 persons in, I think, 3 different issue areas, and then he has an assistant director and Stephen Massey, and then engineering sort of separate. I mean, sometime if we ever want to talk about it, engineering is like the most amazing hidden department that helps every town department. If people knew what they do for all of us, it's pretty shocking, because they have the expertise in bidding and procurement, and we help the schools out, we help ourselves out. It's not just DPW, it's not just engineering. And I would say too, like if you look at the success we've had in the short time with Guy's position, and then I know it's been there for 2 years now, but Bill's position to help oversee and monitor and improve stuff. I mean, we're doing things better today than we did a few years ago, and I'm convinced 10 years from now, every year we hope to get better than that, which is good.
So we're looking to seriously increase the numbers for public infrastructure. Do we have the staff that can do that work year after year?
A lot of that is contracted out, which Paul would do better than us at explaining.
Maybe when he comes for his time in the hot seat.
Yeah.
Just when you come speak to us in a couple of weeks, maybe just talk about how the work is going to get done, that should this money be provided, and how much you can do, and with the machines that you have, and how much has to be outsourced, and what those challenges are. Okay, thank you. The new payroll software, I'm sure, I mean, they all have recurring costs. How do those recurring costs compare to what we're doing now?
That would definitely be a Bill question, who's on a little bit of a time delay. So I might text him.
Okay. And he doesn't have to answer now.
He's sleeping.
Yeah.
Doesn't blink. No.
And I just have one more last question about wastewater. At what point will we need to have a separate department for that?
I think our thought was that I personally thought it probably at that point, once we actually get pipes in the ground and hopefully pumping to the base, that that should report to DPW, but we will need some sort of high-level overseer, and then probably an office person, because, for example, if we go to the base and we contract with them, we don't want to have any town employees working on wastewater. We want to contract it all out. But I know the billing would be our responsibility, and I know whatever company they have working out there, which right now is ASUS, they would help us with the billing, but we'd still need someone to answer questions and things, because it would be based on, your volume. My fear on the whole thing, and I defer to Kevin, every time we think we're 5 years away, it's a lack of answers from people we need answers from makes me think it's going to be, 5 to 10 years away, not 0 to 5 years away. And so we're really trying to get some early wins by trying to work on the school issues. In fact, we have a big meeting with DEP coming up in the next 2-3 weeks to help sort of advance those issues with the schools, because we want to help them out and help them avoid some costs too.
So we don't. So in the near future, I guess.
I'd say it's a near future, but like Heather said, I think we both hope it would be within 5 years, but we don't.
Okay.
We don't know.
What's the delta between hiring somebody to what we're paying the contractor?
I would think the amount, if we had like town employees, like then you have benefit costs, more OPEB liability. I would think workers' comp rates on that type of work is probably pretty high. Like, sounds stupid because we just outlined maybe 8 positions that we might want over the next 3 years or less. But I don't want more town employees, just in general, just to have employees. And I think we all feel strongly that wastewater specialists would do a lot better than if we had town staff doing a wastewater plant.
I do have a response from Bill on the software.
Okay, thanks.
And that the upgrade will result in an increase in operating on an annual basis of about $30,000 a year more.
And
that's the lower
budgeted?
That will have to be budgeted when the upgrade happens. Yeah.
Okay.
Generally, you have your transition period that's funded by the appropriation for the software, and then a year or two down the line,
there's a time,
come in, yeah.
I think when Jackie even mentioned that, you know, there are parallel programs going on, so you're paying twice.
Lots of fun.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's it for me tonight. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you very much.
Before I do a super quick thing on demographics that I promise will be fast and it's boring, there were issues that when Heather was doing her presentation, I thought I should relay to you, and some of them were based on the questions that you asked last week that I think we've realized, and I know she highlighted it, but in speaking with some of our colleagues, like we got from 3 towns, one that's a little bit bigger than us, one that's a little bit smaller than us, and one that's much smaller than us. The quotes we got for, you know, that public relations consulting was, we thought 15,000. We were like right at the sweet spot. And like she said, the amount that we've heard from 2 different qualified people, and there's not a lot of them that do the public sector, about 3 times that so far. So we're trying to pare down what we would get. But then we also talked, in these towns that are smaller than us have like PR people on staff, maybe even, you know, part-time, but they might share with another community. So that's the type of thing that we don't want to jump in that quickly with that. We want to get the consulting first and then maybe see what could happen. But I think our number might be a little bit low there, but I feel like with what we've proposed, we'd be fine. Maybe we'd have to fine tune it the next year. I just wanted to assure you that like we've done the best we can to try to limit our fire overtime expenses, and you know, part of it is related to the number of calls. I think based on the study that was done about 1.5 years ago, there were 2 areas, because the biggest part of overtime for fire are those, you know, vacation time, training time, sick time, and then backfilling for that. A couple of the areas that were mentioned in that report we tried to address, and our contracts have been resolved for the next many years, and so I can talk about it more publicly. You know, we were able to successfully negotiate with the fire union that whole issue of holiday comp pay, but you know, they're very, very smart in the sense that, you know, that's a benefit that they've all gotten to a certain level, that in order for us to buy that out would have cost us way too much money. And so what we were able to do is get a comprehensive contract, but that included that anyone hired after a certain date, after we signed the contract, which was last July 1st, they would not be eligible for holiday comp in terms of comp time off. They would just get the pay that's required by a state law. So it's cheaper for us to pay them than it is for them to take the time off, because then you have to pay the time and a half, not straight time, for the people to backfill the shift most times. Not all the time, but most of the time. So the good news is there's somewhat of a minuscule light at the end of the tunnel, but the bad news is it's only as turnover happens. So there's only been two turnover. 2 people have turned over in that department since that date. So it's gonna, and there's 48 firefighters. So I mean, it's gonna be a slow process, but hopefully who's ever in our chair, or sliding over chairs, it would be take effect. So, you know, 10 years from now, people will be saying, oh, cool, we're starting to see some inroads there. So I just don't want you to think we're just throwing money, but we are trying to we're trying to properly budget. So I'm stealing a line from Bill. The reserve fund shouldn't be another word for the fire department operating budget. And what you guys don't see is that, you know, if some people leave and there's a retirement buyout, like Heather mentioned, you know, if we know we're going to be over 200,000 in the fire department, well, I might pay some of those from that personnel expense account where we talked about having a little more flexibility. And so I try to always return money from there. And then I personally am like, hey, like I'm trying to return money to show that we're good with our money, and now I'm having to shift money. So if you look last year, we shifted a bunch of money so your guys' reserve fund transfer wouldn't have to be as much, you know? So it's just, it's annoying, but it's sort of like a necessary evil to provide the service that we are. And Chief Burke could explain it a lot better than I. Like, we've worked with our staff and how we do recall. You know, we used to call people back when the second ambulance was committed. Now we wait till the third. And it's getting harder for people to come back on recall because now some people are living further away and it's not as convenient, or they're not interested in it. I don't know. It's just the thing that we'll continue to struggle with, but we're not atypical to other towns. And then the last thing I wanted to, two quickies. I know Ed mentioned this last week because we both said after last week's meeting, like if we talked about the next level of priorities, and all of us, including like Bill, Marie, everyone said like the two we'd like are the IT position and that community development we think would make the most difference for a little bit more money than the 6.15. But I did take note, and I think this goes back to what Jackie said as well about those recurring costs on IT. It's almost like we should have some sort of cushion if you look, there's a line item in IT called software licenses or software costs. That's where, who's to say if we appropriated 25,000 more a year, is there a unique program out there that would help police with a certain type issue or another department? And that sort of ties into my next point I was going to make is Mike Toomey, our IT director, is like the master at when we come up with an idea that we think is good, he'll find a way to eat it the first year just to get us going. But then when the recurring costs go up, it's like he's like, hey, time out. Like I can't, and if you look in prior years, we've had bumped that budget, but we haven't really bumped that budget the last 2-3 years. So maybe it's time that's something we might need to look at. And then lastly, just from the conversation last week, and again, we talked about it the day after our meeting with Bill and Heather and I, like we really think if there's a slow night over the next week, we should have Brian Schlegel, our facilities director, come in and just have him explain like what his year's like in terms of, okay, my goal is to do these 5 projects from within my operating budget and these 2 things for the capital money I get. But when something goes wrong in a building, all of a sudden those 5 things I wanted to do in my operating budget are now 3, and there's a bigger need. But he is really good about, I think you'd be really, really impressed with his knowledge of building systems, repairs. Like when he gets given 12 problems, like he can prioritize them in terms of what's important for the overall good of a building, like what needs to be done first. And here's just a small example because, even when we retrofit old buildings like the library in 106A, the good news is like there's so much more user friendly for staff and for the public. The bad news is most of the time we're combining old systems with new systems. We're not just doing new systems, especially on HVAC. So, when he sees a problem with that new building, like they are all over it. And so I can't tell you how many times you can hear them walking around in the attic at 106A trying to get little gremlins that happen when you move in and you retrofit a building. They're trying to address those the right way. But you'd also get a feel for like, if he knows he has a bigger project, how he tries to salt away money for a while, make sure he gets to a certain point in the fiscal year, thinks he can make it, and then he tries to get those done. And then he also has, I know I'm rambling, he has a software program that the Finance Committee and especially the CIPC and the Select Board helped us with, the facilities dude, like he uses that constantly. End users don't use it like we probably should, but he uses it all the time. And I think he could really like show you some printouts or things that he accesses every day that you'd be like, wow, they knocked up all this little stuff.
The software systems like Sandwich 311, which is much more effective for us as an internal work order tool. It's great for the public, but it works well as an internal tool. Could collaborate with facilities dudes, so that data could be pushed through, a site that we know works for internal work order systems that might improve our ability to communicate with the facilities department about what's going on in the buildings and help him do his job. And that's the kind of software thing that we all get tuned up and learn how to, work these applications while we're getting them up and running. And then the end user, mostly our administrative assistants, run these software systems with very little support. And so we know we can do a little bit better with a little bit of extra, wise counsel on how to implement them.
Yeah, I think, and Kevin and I were talking about this during the school tours, where that, if we can get to a point where there's enough budget in the operating budget so that someone who knows the systems and is really good at prioritizing can make those calls without having to surprise everybody with a capital request, that's really, even if that meant funding at a slightly higher level, that would be desirable. And one of the only ways to get there is to say, come look at history and what It's like, what have we been spending? What has it been costing for those baseline kinds of things? And then fund it at the right level. And then, obviously not funding it at a wish list level, but funding it at a level where he can make those calls.
And I should point out, we'll touch on it on one of these slides in a second, but where there was the big jump in IT and facilities, if you think, 15 years ago, there wasn't as much of a focus on those two things. And that was when everyone was really upset that we weren't caring for our buildings as well as we could have. So that's why you'll see we've added a lot of people. And don't forget, in facilities, that includes like the custodians as well as the building repair people. So you want me to transition? I promise these will be quick.
I think Kevin had a question first. No? Never mind.
Each of these, I tried to pick out one thing that I thought, what's the best takeaway on each of these pages? And we picked these pages after your meeting last week, and it was sort of wild at how Bill's list, Heather's list, and my list were all the same thing. So all this is we took 11 pages, I believe, from your financial database, and where we only show 5 years, all those other rows are in the spreadsheet. We just hide them because we don't want to overwhelm you, so it's hard to see. So all I did on each of these was I unhid all the data that we had that you can see in most cases goes back to the mid-90s. So there's 20 plus years of data here. And so on each page, I just thought you'd want to know based on your comments last week. So in terms of the town's population, I think what's interesting is the last 5 years, our population's gone up total about 3.23%. And the source for this is our annual town clerk census, not the federal census. But you will see that we did reach a peak in about 2009 and 2010. And then there was a big drop. That was when former town clerk passed away, and I think part of that was I think the census was done a little bit differently once that turnover happened, but I have a lot of faith in the numbers that the town clerk's office puts together. The next page looks at school enrollment, and I just wanted to show you that the numbers that we were given 25 plus years ago, it's almost 30 years of data here, we're K through 12, and a lot of what you see now is pre-K to 12, so I true up these numbers each year so that they're all K to 12, so we're comparing. So it shows the actual change, but then in the 2009 school year, for the first year, we started to allow kids from other towns to come to Sandwich. And so it's really the net enrollment on the far right that I think is the most accurate because it subtracts off those kids coming from other towns. So the summary data that you see at the very bottom, where there's been a 54.5% drop since our peak, that's related to the net local enrollment only, not the kids coming from other communities. The next page is Upper Cape Tech, and there's two things to highlight here. And over the last 5 years, they've actually increased by 41 kids over that 5-year period, which is a pretty substantial increase of over 35%. But if you look back to 2007, we were at 140 kids, and now we're at 156. So it's sort of funny how we were pretty high a while ago, came down, and now it's starting to go back up. And I think all of us would say that the type of education that's provided there for those type of subject matter, that's great. So this next one is a little bit newer in the sense that the data only goes back to 2010, but this is really interesting to me. And the schools report, I get this from the school department, and they report out where they list, which I'm sure is required by state law, where every school-age child gets put on a report, and for every school. So when I get the data, there's literally about 30 different schools that are listed, and then I group them by those categories of private, charter, regional tech school, kids from Sandwich that go to other public schools, i.e. town schools, and then home schools. So the two things that I think are most interesting is if you look on the far right, back in 2010, based on this data of the K through 12 age children, 14% were choosing, non-Sandwich opportunities. And if you look at the most recent year, it's up to 35%. And I think part of that is because there's more opportunities now than used to exist. A couple of the schools that we don't talk about, but when you look at the details, there's actually 2 public schools that are all remote. So I think one might be in the Metro West Boston area, another one might be in Central Mass. So there's like more than 20 kids, believe it or not, in Sandwich that take school at one of those two schools, which is remote, but it's a public school opportunity, all remote. And then the other thing I thought was really interesting is look at the worst COVID year in 2020, the homeschool. We had 160 kids being homeschooled during COVID, and now it's sort of come back down to the more normal of just under 60. So it's just pretty interesting. The next page is just the Sandwich population as a whole, but broken out by student age. And again, I stress this is K through 12, not 0 to 4 years old, but 5 year to probably 18. And then our over 60, not 65 population. But if you look from 2005 backwards, the percentages, if you compare student percentage to over 60 percentage, were virtually the same. And I only know because the person who did our prior local comprehensive plan, our initial one, and our updates, always remarked to me that from 1970 all the way to 2000, they were shocked that those two percentages were almost the same the whole way through. So it sort of shows how we grew when we were growing so fast, that it was sort of equal, but then now jump to the bottom, and now we're about 13.5% student age. And again, that doesn't include 0 to 5. And then over 60 is almost 34%. So it's sort of wild how that shift has happened and will probably keep growing. I get the over 60 data from the census that the Senior and Community Services do. So the next one is our general government employees. So today we have like 203 year-round town employees. That wouldn't include seasonal people, or for example, part-time, temporary truck drivers at the transfer station on the weekends, things like that. But if you look, I just thought it was interesting between FY10 and what's proposed for 25. And I color-coded up above. The central administrative offices, we've lost 3.5 people over that period, or 15%. Public safety's gone up 15 people, or an increase of 20%. DPW's gone 7.5 people, or 44%. And I stress that that includes the sanitation department, the year-rounders. And then senior and community services, which obviously, and nursing, which is a big focus as we've gotten older. If you look, they were up 45%. Again, not a whole lot of people, 2.5 people, but percentage-wise, we're focusing more attention there. And then the two I mentioned earlier, IT and facilities, were really pretty light back in 2010, and we've tried to focus more. So, they've grown a lot percentage-wise, but, it's about 7 people total. In the 2005 includes the positions that that Heather talked about in the 6.15% budget.
The one that kind of surprised me is we have 16 people at the library.
Yeah, yep. And yep. If you think about the hours they're open, yep, they do. And some of those are, if I could pull out the budget, I wish I have it in front of me. If you wanted me to spend the time, I think 4 or 5 of those are part-time. They're less than 35 hours a week. And then I'll promise I'll go quicker on these because none of these are really surprise. But if you look at our levy limit history, I always say how tightly we budget. Like, look at our excess levy capacity from, say, 2005 until like FY17. It was basically because that was the rounding to the penny on whatever our tax rate was, on what our excess was. And then what jumps out glaringly is looking at FY21 when the new Unit 4 value went online, like it jumped to $4 million. So even though we say we're trying to have a $3.5 million excess levy capacity for FY24, when we got the final amount, if you see it, is almost $4.7 million. So we're just trying to be really, it's usually much higher than we say. Because we're trying to be really safe with our local receipts estimates and all the rest. If you look at the next, which I thought was interesting, because this came up as well, I think it was a question Nancy had. So this is a little different than what's in your binder, because based on what the question was last week, I added those 2 rows to the right. So it pulls from the prior page about what the authorized levy was, and then divides the new growth by the authorized levy, because the question was, 2.5% new plus new growth. What's that usual new growth? So for the last 5 years, that new growth has averaged 2.6%. But again, there's the glaring thing when the power plant came on. When you look at FY20 in this case, it was a 6% increase there instead of something lower. But generally, if you look on the right-hand side, it's averaged about like roughly 1.5%, I would say. So that's why 2.5% plus new growth for Sandwich is usually about a 4% increase in our levy. And then real quickly, I think Jackie asked this about housing units, and Heather had that graph to show how flat the growth's been. We've only had a 5-year change of 1.1% increase. I guess the way I would say it is all the easy lots have been built on. Sandwich grew so fast. If there was a property that made sense to have a subdivision, like that happened between the 70s and the mid 2000s and even to today, whereas it slowed up a lot because we sort of reached our peak in terms of buildable amounts. That will change, just like if we can approve some, some more larger rental affordable housing, that might increase that number, but chances are that's not going to change dramatically, except as Heather often reminds us that when you build sewers, it gives more capability to increase the size of or the usage of property. So that may have some play probably with our commercial more than anything else, but we'll see. And then just this is the number of average home assessment on the next page. The big thing to me that jumped out is on the bottom right, the second line up, the 5-year average. Like there's been a 51% increase in the average home value, as we've all seen it, as prices have gone sort of crazy on Cape. And I think Heather's right, like that big spike that we definitely have, like I'm sure further down Cape the spike's a lot larger from what we're hearing in some of those other towns. And then lastly, just to show the average tax bill, granted I'm biased because people in the past would rightfully say we have the highest average bill on Cape. It's not the right thing to compare tax rates, it's the average bill. But if you look almost every single year for the last 30 years, we're beneath the state average bill. A couple years where we were a hair over or right at it. And then what's happened is now we're the 4th highest average bill on Cape because three towns have gone past us. As Heather had mentioned, like we actually addressed some of our infrastructure needs, school and other things earlier than some other places because we grew so fast, and that's where we had to focus. And now it's catching up with some of those other towns. I don't know. It's I think in order it goes Provincetown, Orleans, Truro is like right neck and neck with us. I think what happens with Truro is so much land is held by the National Seashore. There's not a lot of other properties that pay for those services. And I think the one that's gaining on us, and Bill could address this, is like Brewster and some of those towns that are part of Nauset Regional High School. They're building new school at Nauset and they're building a new school at Upper Cape Tech. So if most of those towns are members of both, if their enrollments are pretty high there, like they're literally taking on 2 new school debt projects at the same time. So I know Bill had said, because he used to live in Brewster, like that, they're going to see a huge jump in their average bills. And those state average bills includes any debt as well as part of that.
Well,
just thought you'd be interested.
Well, yeah, thank you. Really good stuff, and now I'm cross-eyed. But if anybody has insomnia, we know what to do. Any other questions for Bud or Heather about the presentation, or Chief since he's here? Okay, thank you for sitting in the hot seat for a little while. You'll be back, I know. Which brings us to the next thing on the agenda, which is update on the meeting schedule.
So we've confirmed the school for 2 weeks from tonight. Or is it next week? I'm sorry. It's next Next week.
Next week. Yep.
And then the 27th of February will be DPW, and I think it's March 5th will be police and fire.
And Capital.
And
We have Capital on here.
Capital's coming up, yeah.
And then Upper Cape Tech is the 19th of March. So we have Capital in there twice, March 5th and 12th.
I think one was to
Oh, they're
present
just
it, the
doing
others was to
their,
get a
they're
vote.
just doing their capital, police and fire capital, and the March 12th is the overall capital.
I think we're going to do both and hope for a vote in March. I think that's what. I'll turn it over to Heather, because they meet tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it will depend on how quickly the CIPC can move. We'll come in on the 5th, give a presentation, but if the CIPC hasn't voted, generally we reserve the Finance Committee's vote until after they have.
Right.
We're working to see if we can make that happen, but it depends on how much they want to dive in.
Okay, because we have 2 members that cannot be here on March 26th. So,
We don't think we can shift everything up.
yeah,
Open date.
and Upper Cape Tech can only come on the 19th. Is it possible to vote on the 19th? After they're done? What does the committee think about that? Yeah, he's not, it's usually not too bad, and if we don't have anything else with them, then we ask the rest, any other questions that have come up. Let's tentatively put that in, because the alternative is to have to wait till April 2nd, which we can do, but we'd prefer not to. Okay. And then you want to add Brian Schlegel in one of those. Yeah, I think that's a good,
Put it this way, what he's going to say is not going to impact the budget next year. So if we have a short night and want to try to squeeze him in, that'd be great. Or if we wanted to wait till meeting in April or after a town meeting, I know he would come in whenever we needed it. And he could pretty much, we'd get you some of those reports, but I think even if you just let him freeform, you'd get a feel for what he deals with and like what he's overseeing.
we haven't been having meetings right after town meeting until we need to do transfers.
Yeah.
At the end of June.
We could combine them with that.
Might be a thought
yeah.
with something if we need to, which
Yeah.
seems to be an annual thing.
Yep.
Maybe a thought
Yep.
for him. Okay. All righty. Old business, anything not reasonably anticipated? I don't have anything. If anyone else does, same with new business. I don't have anything. Next thing is public forum. Would anyone like to speak at public forum? Seeing none. Closing remarks. Anyone have closing remarks they'd like to say? Any closing remarks from you guys? Okay. All right. Then our next meeting is February 13th, and we'll have the school department in. And some of us have gone on the tour, and some other ones are going during this week, of the buildings, which would be great to have firsthand information. So that's great that everyone's going. Okay, take a motion. Okay, motion by Matt, second by Kevin. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. It is unanimous at 8:11. Thank you. See you next week.
Sandwich Community TV, their website, and our local channel 15. And the meeting is being recorded and will be available on SCTV website at sandwichtv.org tomorrow. Is anyone else recording this meeting? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So we have some minutes to approve of 12/12/23.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of 12/12/23 as written.
No second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Okay, old business, we have application 2223 for 115 Salt Marsh Road, which is for a variance for the purpose of requesting a 6-month extension. Let's see. I could read this letter, or Mr. Wall, you can kind of give us an overview.
I think I could summarize it, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Brian Wall. I'm an attorney with an office here in town. and I represent Scott and Donna Fleck, who are with me here tonight. You might recall this project. The Flecks they live and own at a property on Spring Hill Road, but they have a vacant property on 115 Saltmarsh Road, and they like to walk down to that vacant lot and use the beach, but they're seeking to construct a small structure there to store their beach equipment and chairs and things like that. And because they can't have a primary structure, there can't be a septic system on the property, this is going to be considered a structure without a primary structure. So I appeared in front of you just over a year ago with an application for a variance, and the board did approve the variance. The project also needs wetlands permits, and we're still engaged in a dispute with the Town Conservation Commission about that. It's pending in the Superior Court. As a result of that, the Flecks have not been able to proceed with the project, and we're coming up on the anniversary of the variance. There's possibly an argument that it's tolled because of the other litigation, but I did talk with the town planner about this, and whether or not it's tolled is a matter of my opinion until it's decided by a court, and I'd rather not have to go on that avenue where my opinion might be questioned later. So I think the safe play is to come before you and ask for an extension of the variance. And the statute allows the board in its discretion to grant an extension of up to 6 months, which is what we're asking for. And my argument to the board, or my position, would be simply that there were no abutters opposed to this project. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed with regard to the bylaw. So I would respectfully submit the board could feel comfortable in granting an extension to let us finish up with the litigation regarding the wetlands permit.
Ralph, we read into every special permit about the period for litigation to be adjudicated. Mass General Law, Chapter 48-17. That doesn't apply here.
It's Attorney Wall and I had a discussion about this, and when he looked at if it was a direct, I think he would be more comfortable, and I understand his position, if it was direct litigation, the appeal of the variance, which would extend it out. This is a litigation. This is associated litigation.
Okay, so it isn't directly the variance itself.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And just as a procedural point of order, an extension would require a majority of the quorum present. So it's not, you know, 4 voting members, doesn't have to be 4, it could be 3. So just so you know.
Thank you. Any questions of the board?
No.
Any member of the public wish to comment? Okay. I will take a motion and
Close it.
a motion to grant the extension.
I'll second.
Well, someone's going to make the motion, please.
I'll make the motion to grant the extension, 6 months.
Okay. Have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1 nay. Okay. 3-1. You're all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Happy New Year, everyone.
Okay, our next order of business is application 2326, which is for 46 Greenville Drive, which is a special permit.
Hello?
Just a moment, so I'm just going to read a few things. This is the application for Lori and Jose M. Neves. Is that correct? Nieves. Okay, got it. Property owners for special permit under section 2200 of the Sandwich Protective Zoning Bylaw for property located at 46 Greenville Drive. Assessors map number 16, parcel number 86, for the purpose of a personal animal kennel. Can I have a motion open, please?
I'll make a motion to open.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I think we do have a few comment letters here. This comment from our building commissioner, proposed number of dogs and breed would be helpful. I'm not sure to whom, but it would be helpful. Let's see. Sean Miller, no comment. That was it, right? Yeah. Okay. What's that? Was there a Board of Health one? Yeah, that's right. There was something about, yeah, I do remember reading that.
About the removal of the...
Yeah. they were looking for that, and they did send it in.
I think it's the second page, Jim, right after the public statements.
Okay, for Michael Avila?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So regarding the personal kennel, as an accessory to a residential at Unit 46, the Board of Health will request the applicant to implement controls for both noise and animal waste that may likely result from the operation of a kennel. The noise created by operating a kennel in a residential area should be mitigated through barriers, either physical, privacy fencing, or natural. The Board of Health will request animal waste associated with the kennel operation be disposed of off-site. Additional measures should also be taken to prevent waste runoff into abutting neighbors' yards that may occur from rain events or general water usage. Please have the applicant reach out to the Board of Health with any questions. That, I guess, is it. And I did see something that was submitted in regards to that.
Right.
Yes.
Please state your name and tell us what you would like to do.
My name's Lori Nieves. I'm just applying for a special permit to be able to keep my dogs. It's not for any kind of business or anything like that. It's just our family. We don't have kids, so these are our kids. There's 5 of them. There's 4 border collies and a mini Aussie. She's our youngest. They're just our pets, our children. We do a lot with them. We own a dog training facility in Pecasset, Joseph's Obedience. And our kids go to school about 5 days a week. They do a lot of things. They do dog agility. We compete. They do competition obedience. They do nose work. They do tricks. They have many, many, many titles. They're all canine good citizens, the works. They are very involved. So it's just to keep our pets. It's not for any kind of business or anything like that.
Are they inside at night or are they outside?
Oh, yes.
And how many are there approximately?
5.
5.
Yeah, okay.
And they're all there now, and how long have they been there?
Our oldest is 8 years old. We didn't move into that house, I think, until 2017 or 18. And our youngest is 7 months. So
Okay.
they're all in between.
Okay, and so you have the, this documentation from the removal service?
Yes.
And how frequently is that?
That's once a week.
Once a week they come? Okay. And do we get the number of, it says we have the number of years in operation?
Oh, I wasn't sure the amount of years. I put an X.
Not really in operation.
If I may, through the chair, we just, we asked for the associated number of years that people have kenneled. What we're seeing is that people are coming, they think it's a new operation. Let's call it a personal kennel. For what it is, it's not technically an operation. So, they've had it. They moved in 2017. I guess we could safely say it's been there for about 7 years. They've had it. If this board may recall that this bylaw has always been in place, but the town clerk's office has not been enforcing it until last year. So we've been working with dog owners to see if we could sort of straighten it out. For the most part, people who've had personal kennels for more than 10 years, we use sort of that sort of zoning grandfathering. So people who have more than 10 years, we kind of give them a break, but less than 10 years, people have moved in. We have them seeking the special permit, unless we'd have believe it or not, 40 people coming in seeking special permits.
Anything further from the board?
I'm good.
Question. Go ahead. Somebody? No? What do you do with the dogs during the day? Is somebody there during the day at all times? So if the dogs were creating a barking issue or a noise problem, that somebody would be taking the dogs inside, or are they left out unattended all day?
The dogs are either at home with me or at work with me. Like I said, they go to school 5 days a week to our dog training school. So when I go to work, they come with me. If they are home and we're not at home, they would be inside. Yes.
Okay. because I did drive out there today to just take a look at the property, and, you know, the houses are relatively close together, but you back up on the Forest Hill School property, I believe, right?
The base. The base, yes. Yeah.
And we're all fenced in.
It's completely fenced in. Even some of the stockade fencing is even higher from the previous owner. And on one side, it's not only stockade fencing, but it's all huge bushes. That neighbor is only there on the weekend in the summertime. So they're never even there. And then we have our neighbors on the other side where the fence is a little bit higher.
Nothing further? Okay, I don't see any members of the public, so take a motion, take it under advisement.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, procedural history. This is an application from sections 1330 and 2220 of the zoning bylaw for property located at 46 Greenville Drive, which was filed on December 12th, 2023. After proper notice was given, the public hearing was opened on January 9th, 2024, and closed on January 9th, 2024. The application was not accompanied by a site plan. The board reviewed the application and all other materials submitted prior to the close of the public hearing, and the board received and gave due consideration to testimony given at the public hearing. Following members attended: Killian, Neven, Van Buskirk, Terrio, and Corain. Findings: the board finds that this application meets the requirements of Section 9, Mass General Law, Chapter 40A. Subject property is located within the R2 zoning district. Applicant wishes to operate a personal kennel consisting of 5 dogs, accessory to a residential use. The Section 1330 requirements: the board does not find that there are conditions peculiar to this case, but not generally true for similar permitted uses on other sites in the same district. The board finds that nuisance, hazard, or congestion will not be created. The board finds that there will not be substantial harm to the neighborhood. The board finds that there's no derogation from the intent of the bylaw such that the district's objectives will be satisfied. The kennel has been licensed and in operation for 7 years. The building commissioner states there have been no complaints relative to the kennel operation. Anything further for findings? Okay.
How about the cleanup? Well, no, that's not our purview. That's the health department.
Okay. So I will take a motion on the findings.
I'll make a motion to accept the findings as written.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Conditions. At the public hearing, the Board of Appeals considered potential conditions of approval for the special permit. The board voted that the following conditions of the approval shall be imposed upon any approval of a special permit, that these conditions are reasonable, and that the applicant and its successors in interest shall be bound by the conditions. Failure to comply with all the conditions set forth in the decision shall terminate the grant of the special permit. Pursuant to the requirements of the Sandwich Protective Zoning Bylaw, Section 1330, the grant of the special permit shall expire upon transfer of ownership prior to initiation of substantial construction, which there will be none. The special permit shall not take effect until it's recorded at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds, and a copy of the recorded special permit is provided to the Board of Appeals. Special permit is limited for use to the property owner and not open to the public. Fecal waste is to be removed off-site and not composted or buried on the site. Anything further? Okay. Motion for conditions.
I'll make a motion to accept the conditions as written.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, after review of the application, the plan, and other materials submitted, and after giving due consideration to testimony given at the public hearing, the board hereby approves the special permit application for property located at 46 Greenville Drive as shown on Assessor Map 60, Parcel 85, for the purpose of operating a personal kennel accessory to a residential use. I will move to approve. Have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. Board discussions. We have none. Nothing to discuss?
No.
No news is good news?
No news is good news.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's 5:30. I'll call the February 5th, 2024 meeting of the Community Preservation Committee to order. The first item on the agenda is public comment. I don't see any members of the public. We'll move on to the second item, which is the approval of the draft minutes from November 6th meeting.
Make a motion that we accept the draft minutes of November 6, 2023 as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have
Second.
we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved unanimously. The other two items on the agenda back to back here are changes to the application process. That'll be followed by changes to the application edits, or changes to the application itself. So, November meeting, we had discussed doing an open enrollment application period that would go from June through December, and then we would have the opportunity to vet those applications in January and February. We wanted 2 meetings just in case we had a lot of applications. And then that way it would give us enough time to submit to the Board of Selectmen the ones that we wanted them to consider, that we thought were worthy of consideration. And that they do that on the March agenda, and then it gets put on the town meeting warrant in May. I think the only things that I remembered from the last meeting that I think are still open for discussion are any exceptions that we want to make to that process. And we had talked about administrative funds, and I think we landed on that there would not be an exception, that they would be treated like anything else, any other application that is. And then I think, Jeff, you had raised whether or not we wanted to make an if an applicant wanted a decision, they could ask for it, and we could waive the procedure. And that way, if they came in and they applied in October and they said, I know you guys won't make a decision until.
Or if they're waiting, if they're needing, like say it's a matching
fund or something,
yeah. Know that they, even though they don't really know until, all they really can know is if they have our support.
Right.
They would still have to go to town meeting. They couldn't go to their funding source who might be saying, well, if they'll give you money, we will too.
Prayer that.
There are some people, as I
there
recall,
are
who
people
wanted
that has happened in the past. with somebody
having just to get it past the committee.
I think it was housing stuff.
I think it was too. Yeah, you're right. Exactly.
That they wanted to be able to go back to their organization to say that at least we supported it. Kathy, just to bring you up to speed, so what we have always done in the past is somebody would come to apply, and oftentimes in that meeting before you left, you would know whether we were going to submit your application. In fact, almost every time to the selectmen and not for approval, and then they sign off on it, and then it goes to the town meeting and everybody. So we're talking now about perhaps saving them all, so that if we get more applications than we have money for, we can pick and choose which of the ones are the best. Historically, however, I think it is important to point out, in all the years I've been on the board, never has that occurred, where when we ran out of money, or that there really was a problem with having passed or told an application the night of their application, or maybe they made it come back from like another meeting or two, that we're gonna we make a motion right here and say we're gonna support it. It never was a problem before, but recently we did run into that problem where somebody submitted an application and there was limited funds, and if somebody else wanted to now come, we couldn't, have said, well, your application is better than theirs, so we'll support yours. So it's it is a double-edged sword, I think.
I know at the beginning we were afraid that we would just be inundated with applications because it was such a need back in, we were doing a lot of things that really should have been municipal projects. And this was the one source of money that we had. And so we were just afraid that everybody would come in February 1st and say, hey,
Right.
And that's kind of why we put those timelines in.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing is we should consider is special town meetings. I mean, almost every year there's a special town meeting. Timing sometimes changes, and sometimes community preservation projects have been gone to a special town meeting as well. So
I think that's true. Is that not truly in that if anything had come in between when we started our year and there was a scheduled special town meeting, we just take care of that business?
We have done projects at special town meeting. Special town meeting's tricky though to have in because it's not guaranteed.
Like guaranteed.
And then we didn't have one last year, so I always try to tell applicants to focus on annual town meeting, so they're not disappointed.
No, that makes sense,
So if we
'cause
do
yeah,
this
you never know.
process, it might be a little bit tricky to account for a special town meeting. You'd really be just doing one.
And the other factor was always like the land acquisitions, where somebody comes in, and it's a land that, piece of land.
And usually for land acquisition,
So,
it's
yeah,
usually
when
the
it-
town.
Yeah.
And oftentimes they probably would ask you to make a decision on that, just so that they can start to execute a purchase and sale agreement contingent on funds from town meeting. They like to see that vote. So that would be one
That's
thing.
always been exempt from the
From any deadlines.
deadlines, just because.
It's on our application now. It doesn't follow any of the deadlines.
Okay, so that's something for us to consider, whether or not we want to maintain an exception for open space acquisition.
And does that also include applications from the town for administrative funds?
I mean, that's really up to all of you.
I don't remember, frankly, us talking about making them the same as the
I
applications.
thought we started off the discussion as not wanting, as treating them.
Because they're usually the town, aren't they? 9 out of 10
9 out of
requests
10.
for administrative funds.
Oh, I mean, money going out of administrative funds, if they're,
It's generally for town projects.
Right,
Do you agree?
studies.
So what I'm saying is if we're going to not award any of those until once a year at annual town meeting as well.
No, I don't think those shouldn't be part of it. I don't think,
either.
because those are, once we have that money, we can use it for,
That's
whatever
a
we want, as
separate
long
sort
as
of
it's
fund,
appropriate. It can't-
right.
It's really gonna be, I think it's gonna be for kind of studies and things like that. It can't be used for even just a small project, that's happened in the past. I think some people come to us for, pretty small dollar, maybe at $20,000, but it's still a real project, and I don't think that's allowed under the statute. It's
No, it has to be,
administrative.
plans
We've
or
always-
studies.
We've always
or-
had, I think 75,000, we never come close to using that, I know but we want it there ready, and we've paid for, obviously, we've done real estate appraisals over the time, we did the study of, we did some studies at Town Hall back in the day, some of those small building studies.
Conservation has come to us as well, I know, I think for some administrative funds for things having to do with getting, was it that land? Remember, we ended up ultimately getting the grant, the money returned because we won the grant, but I think we had to, we awarded administrative funds to get those applications done.
That's right.
or
You're
something
100%
like that.
correct, yeah.
But I thought, like you said, with administrative funds, we just give that out, it doesn't go to the.
Well, that's what we're saying. Do we want to wait and tell everybody that applies for anything, whether it's for, CPC monies or administrative funds, you'll find out after annual town meeting?
Yeah, I
Or
don't think that
do
makes
we want to exclude that and say, if indeed we even do that, if we were going to say, we're going to collect all the applications and make a decision so that once a year they are decided upon at annual town meeting, I don't think we want to do that with administrative funds.
No, because I thought like a lot of times, like when you said they did studies for, say, like the playgrounds at the school or something.
Right.
They need to do that
Yeah,
now,
right.
and that's why they come to the administrative funds, because they need the money, they can't wait until, 6 months or,
I agree.
It's already gone by, so it makes sense that, so we, have that option to be able to give it to them if it fits the criteria.
So you want to make it optional, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's how, I mean, in the sense like.
Just
what it is
exclude
now.
that from the whole
So they don't get priority.
idea that, of having to wait.
They wouldn't have to, so we would just vote on them like we normally vote
Like
on
normal,
an
okay.
application.
So they don't get priority, okay, gotcha.
Would they go to you, Leanne, afterwards? I mean, if we approve the administrative funds, and they just pretty much deal with you in terms of.
Yeah, if it's a non-town entity, I write up a grant agreement, the selectmen would approve that. If it's a town entity, they submit their invoices to us and make sure we check the procurement laws that they've done it correctly, and I submit for payment.
Yeah, so the work, so I mean, that works to their advantage to be able to get done what they need to get done and not have to wait, a period of time or whatever to get to the finances that they're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, so the two exceptions it seems like we're talking about would be admin funds, applications for admin funds and applications for open space acquisition. Okay. Do you have the Bourne application up handy? So this, I'm going to front load the discussion a little bit, but Bourne has some, I wanted you to show the ranking criteria that you put.
Sure.
Like this is basically something that we can consider.
So say this is
I think I'm
general.
bringing this up early because I think it shows the benefit of being able to look at everything And you had mentioned this, Bob, I think last time, where you had, at a separate organization where you're vetting applications, like people are noting some sort of score or whatnot. So this would be a way for us to do that.
Yeah, I'm on a board where the Cape Cod Foundation helps us, and they have a very great sort of way of, so if there's 5 people on the board, you score things, and then right away before you even sit down, we're going to give out 10 awards. 4 of these are almost unanimous, so we don't even have to talk about that. They win, and then you go, well, this had a 3 out of 5, and that's the next best score. So do we all, and then you kind of work back.
Before we get onto this real quick, you made me think of something, Bob. I know we haven't really run into the issue recently of, hey, we don't have any money, and so I'm sorry, but I think if we had a bunch of applications, we might still have to make decisions about which one's to bond and which one. So I think that would be.
Now I know.
So it'd be nice to know, not only to just say, sorry, I don't think we can approve the funding based on the merits of the application, but also, all right, now that we know that we have a family of applications, we might want to consider improving all of them. Which ones do we want to then, I don't know, we're the ones making that decision. Do we formally recommend to the board is the one that would then inevitably have to say which ones are we going to.
So typically, the finance director would consult with the select board about which ones to bond, and they would recommend that. So we typically don't see that as much, but if it's a large project, oftentimes the finance director or the town accountant would come to you guys and say, like with the wing school, they came and said, we think you should bond this. So it was kind of started at the offset, but I've seen it go either way. But
I recall this very building we're sitting in started out as being bonded, and it got turned down, and then it went through. We decided we had enough money to pay for it without the bond, and it carried by 1 vote.
Yeah.
There we go.
Should have carried by 3. The 2 counters forgot to count themselves.
So what happened? There we go.
To be honest, that was
One
couple
friendly with who were both opposed to it.
I know.
That
That was really.
Yeah, that just changes the nature. So back to this. This is just separate from the application. Additional criteria that we want to potentially add.
So they have it's pretty robust. So the first one is general selection criteria, and that's if it's not one specific category but multiples. Then there's one for open space. There's one for that's still open space. Historic preservation. There's one for affordable housing.
I'd like to see that printed out.
Absolutely, yeah.
We actually, going back, because I'm the resident historian, because I was here at the beginning, it was Bill Dietering, former selectman, who was actually on the committee for about a year until they read the charter and realized he couldn't be on the committee. Bill's an engineer. We spent the first, and just trying to figure out, because the statute was very new at that time.
Yeah.
We spent the first several months trying to put together something like this. And then Bill left and we kind of said,
even for discussion purposes, it really it looks very complete. It covers all the bases of things you could want to discuss.
It puts it in perspective, too, for everyone else.
With him, we were really trying to almost be too dry and technical about it. We're just going to, whoever gets the biggest score wins, which isn't necessarily the case. But I think for discussion, even if you rank, how do they rank them? Like 1 to 5 on each of those? Is that how it works?
Some of them looks like it's probably just a
kind of yes, no,
yes, no.
Yes, no's. You count the yeses.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so I think we ended up, getting away from the full numerical thing, but you always consider, are they matching funds, things like that.
And I think the answers to some of those would probably be more important than others. So it's up for you.
They're great discussion points.
I would love to see that
instituted as a formal, document. I think it presents really good discussion points, if nothing else. I wouldn't even think it would be probably a bad idea as a document, an official document. But I'm just curious if everybody's like in a straw poll initially in agreement about the idea of accruing our applications, and assessing them when we know that we have all of them before us, and then make a decision on them, or do you want to continue doing it the way we always have?
I'd be fine doing a straw poll. So I just want to make sure. I don't want to oversimplify it, but maybe I am by saying that it's simply just saying. June through December, and this would be effective if we voted theoretically to change this. It would be effective starting this June. That it would be open enrollment June through December, we would vet them January, February, and then recommend to the board in March. And the only exceptions, unless anybody else wants to add to that, would be applications for administrative funds or open space acquisition.
Well, I just got a question. I mean, I see this here, and you're deciding on, is this for which ones do you want to go with, or does it also include like how much you want to give? Because that comes up a lot in the discussions too. You know, people come in here asking for so much, and like when we even with the Glass Museum, they came in looking for a certain amount, and then we told them, okay, we decided that no, we were only going to give them potentially this amount or whatever. So when you go through this process here, is it going to be for, because it does make a difference, I mean, in terms of how much you give each one, because then that could mean it opens up room and space for another project to kind of come in. So I guess I'd like to know, is this going to be working in just one vein, in that, okay, we want to accept this project, or is it going to be working in both, in terms of also the financial impact of what that project's going to be?
I didn't quite understand the question.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, I'm just trying to clarify what you're asking.
When the Glass Museum came in, they were looking for, say, I forgot what the amount. They said they were looking for
150, and I think we said 70.
And then as time went on and we made discussions, we said, okay, no, we can't give you that much, because obviously there was a difference with the money. But other projects, I know, since I've been here, people come in looking for money. Sometimes we give them more money than what they asked for.
No, my question
so
to you
it's like going, if you want to go with this here, I mean, in terms
well,
of
what's this here? Because what's up there is different than what we were
He
just
means
talking
going to
about.
the once a year.
That's not what's up there, but that's
I know, but that's
okay.
what
So the once a year, do we wait till once a year to make decisions and to say how much money is going towards it? Is that what you're asking?
Well,
I apologize.
I didn't know if I thought it was this. You were talking about you trying to use this as a guideline.
I think this would be something that we could theoretically use during January.
But it's really,
and
do we want to
February
collect all the applications from June to December? Then, but I know what you're saying, because if you've got to chew the fat about an application, are you going to do that in real time, or are you going to do it all in that time between January and February when you mull it over?
I think
so.
you need, well,
if I could just throw in one suggestion, or maybe one problem solver for that, is to say you could do a pass and a fail. In other words, you could chew the fat about a project, come to the conclusion that if and when we decide in January, February, it's going to be on $75,000, not $150,000, but you're going to go into the pool. Or we could say to an applicant, like, this, none of us really agree that we want to support this, so we can tell you right now, we're not even going to put it into the pool in January.
So you could theoretically tell an applicant, hey, you're requesting 100,000, but we're only going to really discuss 50,000 for it.
Well, but as Darryl said, when would you hold that discussion, as we did with the Glass Museum? At the night of their application, or wait until?
Well, I guess the question is, would we have had the same discussion about the Glass Museum's application had it come at a different time? Would we have nickeled and dimed it the way we did if they had? I think there was part.
If we had $2.5 million.
Right. I think really the reason we had that conversation was because it was kind of forced on us. But it was a good one to have, though, and I want that to happen. I want that to happen on almost every application.
If interest rates were still 2.5%, and the Wing School project were bonded, we would have had like over $2 million in our coffers when they made application. So that's where I think the dynamic has changed from why it's so much harder now until we get some money built up. Because like I was saying, I know in the time you've been here as well, Darryl, we've never had a problem with, oops, sorry, we can't take any more applications because we've already given away all the money.
This is the first. I mean, and what happened, because it was we always had money, we carried it over, we did whatever, and obviously it was tracked, and then if it didn't, the projects or whatever didn't go through, then we had we voted it back in, and so it was there. But I mean, like I said, that's the only thing that I was thinking. I mean, is that depending on. I mean, honestly, I feel the way things are going now, there's nothing even coming in, right? I mean,
no, we'll get our yearly.
And I don't think it's necessarily got to do with the fact that we don't have any money. I don't think people know, in the CPC, world. I mean, they're not putting projects in because there's just not projects out there.
Well, we're going to get another installment of money again in June. And it won't be skimpy. But on the other hand, like we always had that $2 million plus cushion of dough.
And they dangle the carrots of some certain things in
Yeah,
town.
no,
this year as well.
on the VSB, and we're asking, come on in.
I'll be coming to you shortly for something else. Don't worry. Go ahead.
And so, yeah, I mean, there are projects and stuff, and I mean, it's almost been continuous. I mean, we, as a really slow.
Just be part of a basic educational, effort too.
And obviously trying to get it out there, and I think we've done some, pretty good things, with it, and
Oh, yeah.
hopefully, can kind of continue. But, that money's there. But again, same thing, that money's gonna be drying up to where it was, we're not getting as much as we used to in the past. So, but I mean, the thing is that, with the CPC right now, I mean, do we even have an idea of what, potentially we could be getting in June? I mean, or whatever that,
I have not heard of any project wanting to support.
Are you asking about projects or the money?
What money we have coming in? I don't know exact figure, but I thought it was near the million mark.
Yeah, it's usually $1 million to $1.5 million a year.
that's if the town doesn't take it.
A lot of it,
Sorry, I wanted to get Kim to
So
say
the question,
Yeah, go ahead.
so what's on the what is the question that we're looking at?
So
Like, what are
do
we
we
trying
want to accrue all applications and for the period from June to December, and then chew them over between us in January and February, and then refer which ones we want to the selectmen in March?
So how do we feel about that?
So let's do a straw poll.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, because you did bring up special town meeting, and we have put things in special town meeting before. So the thing is, if you do that,
We're going to
then
have to
you
eliminate. I think that's also something we're going to have to eliminate with this
So
rule.
the application is for a special town meeting, is to be put on a, why you should.
We don't put one on the special town meeting.
Oh, okay,
unless
you're
it's
saying
a
we
land
can't even make an
acquisition.
exception, it's just like, no.
We do it once a year.
How many, I mean, how many are we talking about that we've done over time? What's the population of special town meeting articles that are CPC related?
Since I've been here, we've had a special town meeting. I've been here 6 years. I've had one every year, but last year.
But how many of them have a
And
CPC?
At least one on every special town meeting.
Is a CPC request?
I've had them more on special town meetings than I have on annual.
Now you tell me this, Leanne.
Is that because of the time of year?
It's just the timing.
It's the time of year.
It's just the timing of it, yeah.
And they vary though. Sometimes they're January, sometimes they're November, aren't they?
Most of them seem to come in the fall.
Yeah, the
Request a
smaller
special
ones,
meeting,
yeah,
or-
but honestly, it's part of what,
Conceivably, it could have to be a major project.
it's part of what I often tell applicants. Like, if you'd like to, if they come to me in March, I'll say to them, okay, I'll get you on September, because they're not going to make a decision until, so it's often the rhetoric I say to applicants too that causes more applications to be submitted for a special town meeting.
Do we have any information back from any of the other towns as far as if it's successful or not? Like, we do it this way, and it's very successful. We prefer it this way because we get to see all the applications at once and like, do we have any?
It's kind of just a personal choice for what you'd like. It all depends. I mean,
Bourne does that. Bourne doesn't.
Bourne does it with an open enrollment. That's all. You have to have an application in by a certain date, and they seem to have the most robust.
Do they not even review enrollments until January and February? Bourne, is that what they do?
I think they do review them periodically as it goes along, but they
To me,
haven't cut off deadline.
We're not saying not review them. We can still have a discussion with the applicant.
Have the
Just not
applicant come
review.
in, okay, but maybe just, you're saying defer the final decision?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's where I think, in a way, actually, in my opinion, it almost has to be a two-step process. If you're going to come in and you're going to do a presentation, and we're going to chew the fat, and like as Darryl said, in some cases, I remember we gave more money, I think, to the Nye grist mill than what they were asking for, because they were just very shy about, and we were like, this is we really support this, it's a great project, I think everybody in town will love it, and they did, and we were like, you should be asking for the whole amount. And on the other hand, we have people that come and say, well, what are you putting in the pot? You want us to spend, you want us to do everything? That's not fair either. And so I think in some ways it has to be like a two-step process, because you're not going to want to call everybody back again. Say if you have 6 applications that are good out of 10, you're going to call all 6 of those back again to then re-present and re-chew the fat around, ask for more, ask for less, are you doing this, how much you putting out, how much skin do you have in the game, yada, yada, yada. I think, therefore, you do that. That's what we do each month until we get to January, is meet with them, hear their presentation,
We have
decide
questions,
whether
they come
we
back,
think it's
answer the questions,
worthy,
et cetera, and then it gets to
blah,
January,
blah, blah.
February, and they was.
And then like, okay, you're gonna go into the
Yeah.
pool,
Yeah.
or,
Yeah.
you know what?
So you're suggesting they wouldn't have to come back in January or February here? You're right, right. So one,
That would just be between us in January,
Right,
and
right, right.
February, whereas, but, you know,
They could
we
still
have to
come if they
have
want.
all that stuff, yeah,
Yeah.
but we would have to sort of have all that stuff answered.
Right, absolutely.
Before we know, we have 6 out of 10 applications are better than these 4, or, you know, we've also rejected, I mean, I'm trying to think, have we rejected, I know that there was like a personal, we did tell a personal applicant once, you know, who wanted money for a personal project that we didn't think that was appropriate.
Well, the boathouse.
The boathouse,
The
yeah.
boathouse, they pretty much got
Well,
the,
that was-
got the gist.
very discreet, Bob.
I'm trying to be tactful. But other than that, I'm trying to think of who I mean, we've had projects that I personally thought, wow, like, to be honest, the skate park.
Right.
I
There
really
was some-
thought,
there
who
was-
skateboards
remember the
anymore? But
church?
everybody else was in favor
Never
of it.
came back.
I thought, well, town meeting will decide.
I think some get.
And
yeah.
look at it, now it's
Doing nuts,
it's-
yeah.
they love it.
I think there's some that you never saw because early on you kind of like the church.
Yeah.
They wanted a lot of their second was going to be a 500,000 request or something, and I think they start to ask you a couple questions. They see what's available, and they say, "Yeah, you know what? No, I'm not gonna."
Yeah.
But depending on when they decided to stick their foot into the foray, they could have been like, "Oh, wait, well, you seem to have a lot of money." But 3 months later, we had approved 100,000 for this, 200,000 for that. So. I think a lot of it's behind the scenes. You don't even see.
So
it.
would you agree
Education
then?
when they get here too. It's
Right,
like if
right.
they come in and we're telling you this is not what it looks like. Really, they go, oh, you know, and sometimes they back off, which is great.
Yeah.
But my question is, Bob, are you suggesting that when they come in, we kind of do a preliminary? Okay, you
We
got
kinda
you
do
get
the
on the
same
board.
thing.
you
We
get
do
on
the
the board.
exact same thing we're doing now, except you
Right,
just don't
except
vote.
you don't vote.
Right,
But
that's right.
So they go on the
What
list.
we do
Okay.
is,
With a few exceptions.
Right.
we do the same exact thing, but at the end, we say, well, rather than saying you are awarded it,
Right.
you are in the running.
Yeah. Okay.
And some you're saying,
And then maybe
And then
if,
you-
and
you
we
have to
may,
go to a
I don't know
pool.
whether, if it'll happen, but if it happens and we really have like an application, we feel like, I just don't support this at all.
We can
we'll
tell them
go
that
ahead
then.
and say, you know what?
Somebody would have to
let's
make a
take vote.
motion.
I motion that
But
we
the ones
support it,
that
and if
we
it
like-
doesn't carry,
Okay.
then they don't get to move on to.
I mean,
the
that's
next.
great.
And I guess, and again, their policies, we've always had the thing, you know, we can waive them if appropriate. You know, even with that January 15th.
And we can also-
November
but I see, I
15th,
think we-
You know, if some project came along, they were really liked for whatever reason. I think
Yeah.
we did it with those, I recall, this goes way back when we did the school playgrounds, which now, of course, will be replaced anyway. But we did we did Oak Ridge and Forestdale. It started out, it was Oak Ridge applied, and I said, I remember being on the board, I said, we can't do one, not the other, both to K through, 8 schools. And then Wing actually came along, and the Wing had built part of the, I think their PTA had raised the money for some of the playground, but then they came at, sort of at the end, and so we ended up doing a single grant for all 3 schools. And this goes way back, it was like 2007 or something like that. It was a long time ago. But because of that, even though they hadn't technically met the application, felt, you know, look, you can't just, you know, one town happened to have a little stronger PTA, and they came in, we're going to give it to one school, not the other. It made no sense.
right. So I think Jeff has a comment, and then Kim, you just writing questions, or do you have? Okay, Jeff and then Kim.
So I just want to try to summarize what I think we're headed, and I want to offer us an amendment to it. So I think what we're saying is applicants are going to come in, we're going to have a dialogue, we're going to give an indication, we're going to move it forward to this collective time that we come together and review them, and at that time we would make a decision. Are we going to give them, as a question, are we going to give them at the time we discuss and say we're going to move your project forward to this collective time? At that time, are we also going to tell them, give them an indication as to how we feel about the funding they're asking for? Like, we're going to take this up in January timeframe, however we anticipate, that, you're asking for 100, but more like 75 is probably what you're going to see. Are we going to have that dialogue also
I
with
think
them?
we should take that vote, just like we do now, as if we're gonna give you the money, or we're gonna advance your project, we've hammered it all out, we're not giving you 150, we're gonna give you 75, yada, yada, yada. And instead of at the end of that meeting saying, I'll take a motion to to approve this application, but, with this amendment that it's gonna be $75,000, we do all of that, so that when we get to January, we're not then saying, well, they asked for 150, do we want to, we work it out with the applicant, and the vote that we've always said, yeah, we take
I
it,
understand, I know, I understand what
so
you've
that,
always
to me,
done.
I think should remain the same.
Okay.
I think so that we don't have
But
to.
in January, we have a collective group. Back in May, let's say, or June, we told them we're getting together in January. Your project's going to move forward to that discussion. Your funding level you're requesting is going to move forward to that discussion. Now, January comes, and we decide, yeah, we're going to approve it. We could, though, at that time, I'm asking this a question, say, but instead of 100K, we're only going to put 75
Well, you make
on
an
this.
interesting point, because then what if after we have that discussion, we say we're going to need to 75, and then 10 more worthy projects come
Exactly.
in that we would like to give a portion of funding to, and then we have
You
to
have
go
to be able
back
to tell the
and say,
applicant that we're
right,
saying 100, but you know what?
we're going to hope for that.
Exactly. In January, we
Because
could
then
reduce
we
it to
could end up-
75 because of other demands.
Right, we could end up with.
We just say we're not
it's
making any
never
promises,
happened,
we're just-
but it could.
Can't we just give them an opinion? We like, why do we have to vote on it, right?
Right.
Like, can't we just say, hey, we kind of support this, but here's the thing, there may be other applicants, we need to decide on this in January, so.
Well, but just so we
You're
as a
saying-
group know that we want to.
Just asking so we as a
No,
group
I think
know.
that's, because that is, we probably should allow ourselves that liberty to make a change later if, after reviewing all the applications, we get more than we thought, or we got fewer than we thought, and some of them are even more, now that we battled them down,
There you go.
let's give them the whole ask.
That's the whole point of accumulating them.
The other part of the question was, we said we're going to have, exception to that is going to be, if somebody comes in with a land acquisition. The other one was administrative funds. Okay. The third one I'd like to put on the table is, if we have an applicant come in, let's say they come in June, and we say, yay, verily, we like your project, we like the funding level, we're going to put it into the mix in January. Can they ask, we would like you to consider, if there is a special town meeting, we ask that you consider our project for that town meeting. Is that a feature we're going to have in our process? You see what I'm saying? I come in June and I say, gee,
My understanding is no.
I don't want, I understand you're waiting till January, and I understand there's no guarantee there'll be a fall meeting, but if there's a fall meeting, we would like you to make a decision before January so that we can get on the fall meeting. Are we going to
I say
provide
no.
ourselves?
Hold on, let me, so.
Now let me just say one other thing before I finish. So, in front of me, I've got a bunch of the different towns. In addition to Bourne, I downloaded a bunch and read them all. There are some towns that do have that. So that their process, like ours, is bring them all together in January, regular town meeting. However, they do have, if the group, the committee wants to do it, they wrote it so that they had that liberty. If somebody comes in and asks and said, I need to know because I'm applying for a mass grant, I gotta have a decision, I lose out on the grant if I have to wait till January. If there's a special town meeting.
Well, are you saying that for all applications, or only in the ones that need to know in order to, get a match, for example?
Right, exactly. Those.
Because I think that if it's everybody, then everybody would just pile in between
No,
June
I agree.
and
No.
June and
I mean,
September.
they have to.
They don't on the special town meeting get the money.
They have to present a reason, a valid reason.
Okay,
why.
so if
no, but are we going to? Because again, it comes down to us all being on the same page. Because you get somebody.
No,
in
I
there.
agree.
I'm
And in
just
that
asking-
instance, I wouldn't have an issue with that. If somebody
I
has
don't
a
have an
special-
issue with that. I think it's a
special
good idea.
circumstance
Yeah.
that, like if
General
it's
rule
if
is
it's
you're on the annual
if it's a nonprofit in town and they have the opportunity to get a matching grant, but they got to know that even if they don't know they get the money, a lot of them just have to know that they have the support.
So,
yeah, I
But
think.
if they get it approved in the fall, it fast tracks them or gets them sooner to the grant at the state, or be it federal or
Some of them do need the
nonprofit.
money.
They do, yeah, and it allows them to get their project going earlier. I think as part of our process, we should allow that as long as they can present to us evidence that indeed it makes a difference.
Yeah,
I'm supportive of that. So let me ask a quick clarifying question. Then Daryl had something. Have those questions been answered? Are you still okay? Would that other towns do it? So I'm sure there's a way. But you have enough. You can administratively, like that wouldn't be a problem for us to accommodate those kind of requests.
we currently
because there still is a process.
I always do 2 town meetings usually.
Right.
I've always done bar last year. The only thing I will say is the rolling deadlines. CPC is never met in the summer. So I usually anything for town meeting, I just encourage people to come in September to try and get a September and October meeting in. You usually don't need 2 meetings, more than 2 meetings.
And
to
it
make a
gives enough
decision.
time for the board.
And I say if it's a huge project, just try and
it gives us
looking
enough,
at annual town meeting. But
and it
that's
gives us enough time to get it to the board of selectmen still
And
too.
that was our fear with the original ideas, is if somebody comes in with a massive, you know, 6-figure project, we wanted a little more time, but then the smaller ones, we said we'll give them up until January. That was the reasoning.
Daryl?
Yeah, and I'm glad, it's a good discussion, it's good to hear all the points of view, but I'm sorry, I'm of the mindset is if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You think that this is a solution in search of a problem?
I mean, to see, to go through all of these, gyrations or whatever, I mean, I'd be concerned about, again, I mean, I understand what Jeff was saying about, people that, do go, like you said, I think there's, almost like every special town meeting, there's at least one CPC, item where that goes through, if not more. And a lot of these people, depending on when they come in, and if they've put all their time and effort into do the application, get everything all done, and get it input here, and then, can make one of these special town meetings so they can get working on that project and in the fall, as opposed to having to wait another 6 more months, which could be critical to them being able to do that project. I don't feel that we should be, in the way of that. And, so, I mean, like I said, right now, I mean, it seems like everything is, running, fairly smoothly. I mean, obviously, we're not getting many applications right now. If things change, then maybe go into something and into that there. But like for right now, I mean, I honestly don't see the need. I mean, that's just how I feel. I mean, I like how it works. We have good discussions. I think we've done a really good job with the projects that we've, tried to fund and get through. And I think most of them have. I don't know if there's been really. Actually, the only one I can think of was a land acquisition one that didn't go through. Which you would think
I believe that was the only one in their history that hasn't gone through.
That didn't go through.
A couple of them were close. I mean, obviously, including the this project.
This one,
here.
Which is an odd one, because you would think that would be. Those would just go.
Yeah, I forget what happened. I wasn't at that town meeting, but I guess people just got.
And I can totally see that perspective, that this is a solution in search of a problem, but I'm just for something that I mean, I think it's fair to the applicant, and I think it allows me at least to make a better informed decision. I mean, it's nice that other towns do it. I don't necessarily need that to kind of push me over the edge, and I think in some ways this is a little bit forward thinking, because I do think with the reduction from 3% to 2%, we're probably going to have, and you never know what projects are coming down in the future. So there could be some big land purchases or whatnot that force us to make some decisions. So I totally understand your perspective, though, and I guess Daryl's a no for the straw poll, I take it. But if we wanted to, it looks like, I agree with Jeff, like that seems to be a logical third exception. And yeah, I think it's for this committee to decide whether or not we think, are we just overcomplicating it at this point, or does it make sense? And I mean, I'm willing to.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the whole real reason for this even coming up was is the fear that we would have awarded all of the monies, given the fact that things are so tight, and then better projects come in. And we have no money left. We've never had that before because we always had that cushion. But that cushion is now spent. And maybe we won't spend any this year either, or much, and that'll accrue, and then we'll be back to where we were, depending on who applies for what. So you never know. I mean, it could go either way, I guess.
So how do you stand on it right now?
I like the idea of, I think we've covered all our bases. I think if we go with only reviewing and sort of giving a pass or a fail to going into the bucket for January and February to people except in the case where they have to have a definitive answer in order to get other funding, matching funding, then, or if it's administrative funding, we can do that the night of, and suggest that they get on the next agenda for the next town meeting if they need to have that answer for matching funds. But otherwise, I think it's a good idea to see all the applications and, you know, pool together. And, like, who knows, like, if it isn't a problem, we're going to, in a sense, be doing everything we do now. You know, we're going to say, you're going in the bucket, and then only 3 people went into the bucket, and there's more than enough money, and so they all get forwarded to the selectmen in March.
I just think that it's
Right?
a little difficult because, like, so in terms of you have these projects, you have them like right now, like, so we either tell them yes or no, whatever. Now you're telling them to hold and to wait, and they depending on their project, that might be.
But they're not. What if they're not going to find out till town meeting anyway?
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
This is just the first step anyway.
If our vote said you've got the money, that would be different. But all it's saying is you've got our support, and we could still say you've got our support, unless
even if
we
they
run
have
out of money and better projects come along.
They can still have our support, but they still got to get through the board of selectmen.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So it really,
So it's only
we say
really
yes.
in this situation where we may be tight on money and therefore have to pick and choose between projects, which may never happen. It never has happened, and it may never happen. But at least it gives us that flexibility of being able to say, while money is tight, we want to be able to see the whole picture, you know, before we
There
take
have to. There've been some, like, people who've come to us with major projects. There was one several years ago where they wanted to build boardwalks all through the marsh between. You remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that wasn't a serious
well,
application.
Well, it wasn't. They never got to the point of an application. We came in and said, that's like way too much money for you trying to.
Well, also, it's like, yeah, we're going to bring 300 cars a day today, but to town to walk the boardwalk, but we don't know where they're going to park.
Yeah.
And you're a naysayer.
So people come in with that, which is fine. And we just say, don't waste your time.
So if I canvassed everybody informally, does everybody know what they're voting on potentially? Is that clear to everyone?
I guess I would like to see what the application. I'd like to see in writing. The actual policy or the application, whatever it's going to be.
Oh, the process.
Yeah,
You mean,
the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So we
on
did
that,
before.
along those lines, is there an option to have? I like this idea. I like what Bourne did. I like the fact that they narrow it down. They say this is what and you can actually look at it and go, oh, okay, give it value based on these questions. Can we have that and have it separate from the
application?
Yeah, you just want like a cheat
I
sheet
think
for
that's
us to
what we
use
would
and
do
decide.
probably in
January, February.
Yeah, I like
But
that.
I think she's just asking to have that kind of already available to us.
Yeah, no matter what, like whatever we decide, I'd love that to be part of our
Or
process.
even just bring it in as discussion points, like when there's somebody comes in.
Yes.
How many people, does the public get to go in there?
You got it,
Yep.
So we're talking about selection criteria that we're talking about. It is 2 things. One is.
Well, first, hold on, but before we get to that, because you mean the application itself?
No, I'm talking about the thing that was up previously.
Oh,
I thought that's what
yeah.
we're talking about now.
Yeah.
And I apologize, I don't know your first name.
Kimberly.
Kimberly, I thought that's what Kimberly was asking.
It's okay.
Is selection criteria, is that what we're talking about?
Yes. I think that's
As
what
being
you're.
part of, as being a separate, as we're going to include this regardless of however we decide on the application.
So let me ask my question. I just want, if we're talking about this. So I think the first part is, do we want to formalize, or if that's the correct word, selection criteria? Because right now, I guess we don't have selection criteria in this kind of manner. We do, as a group, informally, we talk about selection criteria. We just don't name it that. So the question is, should we have a formal list? And that formal list would appear on our, on the town website. And that would be available to applicants, because an applicant filling out the form, they want to know what criteria they're up against. So it's going to be important. And we have to anyways. The public law would require you to have it anyways. So the next question I have is, okay, so we're going to have a selection criteria. How are we going to generate it? And the reason I ask it that way is that...
Copy paste.
I just finished it. Yeah. The reason I ask it that way is, as I said, I've gone out and reviewed many of the towns on the Cape. Some of them are very easy to find, so I've gone and reviewed them. And most of the towns do have selection criteria that is published. Some towns don't. Some towns do. Some are as vast as Bourne. You know, they break it not only just criteria, but into different sections, open, you know, and the other categories, by category. Some don't. So I think what we need to decide, I don't think we should just copy one, Bob, and I know you were teasing, but I think we should decide that, hey, let's put a set of criteria together, and if we're going to ask Leanne to do that, we need to give her some guidance as to say, Leanne, we'd like to keep it to 2 pages or less, or, you know, 3 pages or less, because the Bourne is many, but I'll tell you, there are some towns out there